Round 3, South Australia, Loveday 4x4 Park Walking with Cameron Nash.
Day 2, mate. How cool was this? We get to go racing today. Prologue yesterday. It was wet, it was slippery, and of course, it still looks that way today, as you can see out in front of the tavern area here. Now, of course, they haven't hit this last corner where this big puddle is. So, the first car away, John Towers, he's going to be the lucky one to go through all the puddles first and try to clean up the track for the rest of them a little bit.
Yes, it's a bit of a wet and wild experience driving in here today, but don't let that put you off if you're sitting at home and thinking about it. Come on down. Nice warm fire in the tavern here, plenty of munchies, and got lots of service vans down at the back there, providing coffees and all sorts of tasty treats here this morning. So yes, a bit slippery, but the Loveday crew were out there dragging some gigantic tyres around to smooth the surface and push as much mud back into this hole where it belongs. So come on down here to Loveday. We've got Trevor Scott from 5RM going live here today. This is how big this event is in the local scene of the Riverland of South Australia. And if you want to watch the live stream via me, my name is Lyndon Wilson, Lyndon Wilson, and Off-Roader on YouTube. Get onto YouTube. There's 14 people watching us at the moment. Welcome along. So we should endeavour to keep the rain away so we can watch all of these races play.
We had the 2-minute warning a short time ago, Lyndon, so we won't be far away from John Towers hitting the track in the Pro Light. Of course, the only Pro Light here this weekend, and he made the most of the conditions yesterday to win the prologue. But look out, because Toby Waverley sitting in second place here with the second car away this morning. Car 92, Wes Cowie, third car on the track. And of course, Lachlan Bailey, the first car side by side with car 16-2 with the fourth car away. So a mix of classes to start us off here at the first day of racing here for the Loveday 400. Of course, we've got the 2 laps this morning, and we've split these cars into the 2 heats, so there will be another heat coming out after this for 2 laps. We've got the about, I can't count up how many starters we've got here. Lyndon?
My host don't work there this early in the morning.
Alright, so 29 starters, and unfortunately Toby Wakeley will not be starting this morning with a torque converter problem, but they're looking to come back in this later this afternoon, hopefully. So that means John Towers will lead the field away from Wes Cowie. Of course, look out for the fast charging extreme four-wheel drive trucks out there as well. We've got Brent Smoothie just warming up the truck at the moment.
Oh, what a weapon of a truck that is. Now that is Brent Smoothie. I made a mistake calling him Travis Robinson yesterday. So,
So John Towers playing 127 the first car this day on this 40-kilometre track. He's going to be the lucky competitor that has to dry up all the puddles for everyone else. And what a great prologue yesterday, but John Towers has got a job ahead of him to try and get that pro light out in front. Next car on the line, car 92 of Wes Cowie. A very good prologue from Wes yesterday. A group of cars were running off that third to last corner there. Wes Cowie kept it on the track, and he's going to want to try and chase down the pro light.
Yeah, those that are listening to us on YouTube there, welcome along.
So Wes Cowie will have a minute gap to John Towers. They are supposed to be 30-second intervals. However, with Toby Wakeley unable to start Wes Cowie, he's got 60 seconds gap to the Now, this is a good result yesterday for Lachlan Bailey, fourth in the prologue. He's certainly got the skill level to be able to put this right up the front of his car. Can he use full drive to his advantage?
Oh, definitely an advantage today. Very slippery around the track there. There's a lot of Bronco motors there, mechanic down there. Family originally from Pinaroo. Very experienced campaigner these days with some really good equipment. Apologies, we just can't quite see the cars off the start line here, so
we're
they just
just
keep hiding from us, don't they?
John Towers in the pro light just out the back there now behind the pit area. As the next car away is Glenn Ackroyd in front of the three.
Yeah, fair bit of action already happening here in the Loveday 400. Come out here to the Loveday Tavern.
The next car on the line, we do the 489 of Boston Morgan Hire, last year's winner of this event.
What a legend. Quietly spoken. But he is super fast in that turbocharged truck.
Keep an eye on his progress throughout the weekend as well. We have been to make his way through the field. We start seeing the second few cars. West Cowie out the back behind the pit area now. Next car on the line, the 65 of Jackson Evans.
What a weapon of a car that is. It's just a weapon of a car. I was just looking at the stats on that Polaris. Absolutely phenomenal. 29 inches of wheel travel per corner. That is just mind-blowing. 225 horsepower standard before we start messing with it. And a gear sticker plate. What an awesome piece of machinery. It's fantastic. The manufacturers we have in our sport. Continuing to
There's the 626 Daniel Challen underway. Of course, winning a lot of our side-by-sides with pretty good rails yesterday in these conditions.
absolutely perfectly. The power to weight ratio really suits these cars. They might look a little bit small, but they are extremely powerful in these conditions.
Yeah, they're going to keep an eye on there. There's a few big trucks down the order as well. Next car away will be the 651 of Brett Campbell.
Just so fast, the traction banged on.
Yeah, that's what next car on the line, which is on my list. I can't see Lyndon. Supposed to be the 834 Brett Campbell.
No, my X-ray vision's turned off today, mate. Sorry, can't help it.
He's hiding behind the little tent there. Oh, I reckon the start line, but the start line. Not sure what to go with there. The Brett Campbell is supposed to be starting now, but he's actually down the back of the order there. It's putting out 479 of Nick Commons.
West line.
Yeah,
West
first
line.
West line entries.
Great crew. They've got 2 trucks and a side-by-side.
Yeah, 3 cars, so it's been plenty of work there. Look out, Lyndon. Here comes the 813 of Travis Robertson. Did not start the prologue yesterday.
Wolf, wolf, big dog on course.
So he's been seated, looking down the order. He's looking out to the try and make his way right at the front of the pack.
Just horsepower to the ground. You can just feel the weight and vibration in the ground. It's just awesome. He is away. Travis Robertson will be sneaking through the pack on Saturday, Cam.
Absolutely. Look out for him to make his way right up through the order. And another competitor might make his way through the order.
Cook's Concrete Racing off the start line, number 10. Very, very fast. It's coming back after a bit of a break after the thing a couple of years ago. Really made a bit of a mess of a Get Performance car, but everything's back together and ready to thrash today, mate.
Now, I had the old shout out from the crowd before. We're doing the 624. Jake Williams got his mum in the car with his brother.
No way there's anything wrong with his pump next to him, right?
Oh, you're ducking away with us, didn't you?
No.
All right.
Love it, mate. painful. Off and away, another four-wheel drive. He's just going to sneak through. He was second place outright by only seconds last year. So expect big things from the commission today.
Looks like he missed his start by a couple of minutes there, so Graham Jones has got Whiskey right out in front of him. So a couple of cars quite close together, not a big gap. That'll bring up the 4-1-3 of Bo Robinson. We've got to want to try and chase down that side-by-side nice and early on in this first day of racing here at the Loveday 400. He's certainly got the ability to do it, he's got the truck to do it,
Absolutely spraying our officials with mud and dirt there off the start line. That pedal was planted in the floor.
Next car on the line, the 639 of Jamie Harrison in the side-by-side. Plenty of side-by-side racing here this weekend. Jamie Harrison, the next one to get underway.
Yeah, don't forget to get on the YouTube. Live startling feeds from some of our competitors beaming from their vehicles. OBR Racing, I think Brent Smoothie had it connected. Not sure if they're getting signal today, but have a bit of a search around YouTube.
Next car underway will be the 6170 Anthony Harris. A couple of side-by-sides, going to try and chase. Or he is try and chase his fellow side-by-side competitor down. See Brett Kavitsky out the back there in the front. Next car underway here at Loveday. Now with the mixed up order yesterday with the prologue, we had a few competitors that didn't start, and we've got some fast guys down the order. Next car away, Winbridge is now 05. Another one of those really fast competitors that can easily make its way to the front of this pack. Keep an eye on Nick Hick's progress throughout the weekend, but he is fast.
Yeah, the Element buggy. The ex-Carl Havey machine.
A lot of wheel spin now, Linda, when he puts the hood down.
Yeah, a lot of good gear in that car, let me tell you.
We're hoping there'll be a little bit less wheel spin for the next competitor with the 847 of Brent Smoothie in the 4-wheel drive.
Is this Brent Smoothie? I just want to check in.
It is Brent Smoothie. Travis Robinson's already there. With a lot better traction off the start line there compared to Nick Hicks in that 2-wheel drive pro buggy.
Now, the man that was out with the spray, Steve, spraying his car to make sure it looks fantastic this morning. Is that Adrian Garrett here?
No, that'll be car number 2 of Jared Percival.
Oh, that's an element.
Another car that did not do pro yesterday, so first time this weekend. Nice and smooth on the start there as well. Well, it's a bit of a confidence booster having not driven the car just yet.
Number 2 on the roof for a reason. Bit of experience there.
Another extreme 4-wheel drive here to track 8 Bentley 818.
This will be super clean too, this car.
Very long.
Bentley's really good at preparation.
The next car away will be Roy Bailey in car 52. Now, he was very fast last year. Another competitor that didn't complete the trial yesterday, didn't participate. Not sure what the conditions are like. I'm sure he knows this quickly.
Another local from the River Kelly Motors up there in Longston comes from Kinaroo. Originally, the family established up there. They've got multiple branches around Australia on Motors. Big supporter of 5RM. We've got 5RM. You've got to listen to Trevor Scott there this morning. You know what the channel is with a beautiful 5RM radio station. Bit of family history myself with 5RM. As we watch Tony Lim, the green machine. If you see some green eyes coming at you, it's not Kermit. It's the REM buggy. Usually every time, just really was quick out there at Wakery a couple of weekends ago.
Another one of our side-by-side.
Oh, sounding a little bit of miss there.
We've got 4 competitors still scheduled to start this heat. An SKY car 73 of Josh Wilson, another one of our competitors that participated in the prologue yesterday.
Ah, another new car for him. He sold his old car to Cookie. So this is a new bus.
When you sell a car, you want to make sure you beat that car, don't you?
It would help. Not many people sell their car to get a slower one, do they?
Exactly right. That's the old thing you don't want to have happen. Right, car 467 with the next car away. Andrew Collins, the second of the wet line.
All the way from New South Wales. You can go anywhere near Bathurst or anything, you'll see Westline signs all over the place.
Alright, next on the line. The 621 of Jody Wakely. 2 side by side, left.
And Maverick R. You come up here for a hot lap, it's more likely Jody going to take you for that hot lap. She is that much of a talented, she's got so much talent as a driver. And just got married. Tony, finally tied the knot. Congratulations to the whole clan up here. Waitley's doing a fantastic job. Yeah, he's been, it's only his 3rd race in that car. Come from last time, he brought it from Blake Racer up to Don the River Dash.
John Howard left at 8:30, 14 minutes later. Michael Lesky takes to the track the final car away through the heat. Now, Lyndon, I've been given access to the rally safe and the timing, so we'll keep my side of that all day today.
You like that, my friend?
I do like the timing and the rally safe. I like to know who's where and what's happening.
Yeah, you're doing a good job there, mate, no doubt about it. Great to see the warm-up there at Wakery a couple of weeks ago. This is the 2nd round of the Brilliant Races of July, I call it. It's a great time. Very dusty a couple of weeks ago, extremely windy, and here we are completely damp. But the sun is shining, it is drying out all of the surface here. It was a fantastic racing as you watch it being stirred back and forth here. You're wondering why there's only just one camera, is keeping a bit quiet here, Loveday. Don't forget lunchtime to get up to Port Germain for the Mini A250. Barclays are up here this weekend, round 3 of the Motorsport Australia South Australian State Championship race. So I'll be up there, we're doing a full live with the trains. We should be able to get these big screen working too, I'd say, with a luck. What have we got on the big screen here? Oh, we've got the location where all the cars are. And there's your ultimate size laptop in front of us down here, but
I only give it the small one, Lynn. Also plugged into recovery radio here, so I should be able to keep an eye on what's going on out there at the, on the track. We're going to be on the pretty Michael Lesky and Jody out in front of us, leaving our site now. plenty of noise out in the distance there, Lyndon. I'm hearing a little bit of chatter on the recovery radio, but nothing too crazy at the moment. There's a few little comments being made. I only just put the earpiece in, so I'm not sure if anything happened earlier on while the cars started. You see two cars quite close together out there, and of course with some of the faster cars starting down the order, we did expect to see a few passes today. Looks like one's about to take place at the backside of the track there, the backside of our vision. Alright, recovery radio coming through, letting us know that car 834 Brett Misty having a issue out there, slow moving in the extreme four-wheel drive truck. And of course, a reminder, there's plenty of food options available here this weekend, so make sure you keep yourself fed throughout the day and enjoy your experience even more with some awesome food prepared by the wonderful catering team and the staff here at the Loveday 400. Of course, the beauty of not having, the beauty of having a heap of rain means no dust, Lyndon. So we've got pretty clear conditions. It's some beautiful race conditions out there for the crews once these tunnels sort of a little bit less deep. There should be very good racing conditions for our competitors throughout today's 2 laps this morning and the 3 laps later this afternoon.
Plenty of room on the grassy knoll, as we call it up here. Tony spends a great deal of time making sure the grass is superb here at the Loveday 4x4 Park. Lots of room, great to see spectators out, not everybody tucked into the Loveday Tavern avoiding the rain yesterday. Superb conditions, you want to get up here and enjoy the experience live. The wind will dry out the surface pretty quickly here in terms of access. Lots of puddles. Lots of road base in this area.
So looking at the rally safe here, we aren't too far away from having the first couple of cars come back towards us now. They've got the Wes Cowie and John Towers making their way back towards us very shortly. Looking at the rally safe system here. We've got cars all over the place on this track at the moment. Of course, we do have access to the live timing, so as these cars come across the line, we will be able to see what times they are able to put down. Of course, conditions being a bit slippery out here in front of the tavern, will get a bit exciting for John Towers. He'll be the first person to hit this puddle here in this final corner, this big burn corner with the puddle sitting in there. We'll have to keep an eye on the progress of some of our top level competitors who started down the order. You see on the rally safe they're getting quite close together in certain spots out on the track. As there you can see John Towers now. I believe that is John Towers anyway. Could be Wes Cowie. Does have the ring of the Wes Cowie machine. It's a bit of a puff of dust there for our first car back into view. I reckon that might be John Towers behind him, so we might have had a pass for the lead here. We'll wait to confirm that. The rally safe has had them chopping and changing throughout the lap, but that can often happen with the rally safe system. Every now and then you just have a car jump up in front.
Yeah, just having a chat with 5RM's Trevor Scott. He'll be going live after 9 this morning, promoting the event here. 5RM didn't have to come out here, but they've volunteered to promote the Riverland entertainment that's been provided here by Loveday Former 4 Park. Yeah, they hold a lot of motor races out of their camp. Great entertainment, we get some people coming back into the area.
They're having a crack today, aren't they, Lyndon?
Oh, definitely. Going to be pretty splashy in front of us here.
That does look to be. I'm trying to see, Lyndon. I reckon that is. And I'm not even going to speculate. I'm going to wait till they get closer.
Well, if I'm not very much mistaken. Yes, I am very much mistaken. That'd be John Towers, wouldn't it? The way that he's throwing that car around, the confidence this guy has in the mud.
Where's it spun out over there to stop?
Who's that?
Wes Cowie.
Wes Cowie's had a bit of a spin.
I think right.
There you go, that is John Towers out in front of Wes Cowie. Been told he's spun out over there at the stop. So John Towers still in the lead of this race on the road, and you can see how slippery it is for our competitors here in front of the tavern. Wes Cowie, the first to be caught out. And as they all start coming back in towards us, we'll see how many of them do get caught out. We'll see the fast charging competitors try and battle their way through this field. So John Towers is going to be the first to complete a lap here at the Loveday 400. And it looks like he's made an error. He headed off into the pits instead of making the turn, so he's going to lose a bit of time there. He's going to have to go through that tunnel. So error from John Towers. This race on the road. Now, of course, we are on record time. You can see Boston Morgan our side-by-side competitors here. He did start directly behind Glenn Ackroyd. Of course, Lockie Bailey also started in front of Boston Morgan Horan as well. I reckon that is the 622 of Lachlan Bailey. So Bailey, the second car to finish this first lap, but he will know that the Morgan Horan is not too far behind him as he goes right up on the berm, over the top. So Boston Morgan Horan has had to make his way into the pit area here. He's going to turn around, he's going to go through our start loop once again, so two competitors. I reckon that made our recovery crew a little bit nervous down there, didn't it?
I think the timers aren't very heavy either, actually, mate. Talk about spectacular.
Oh, certainly makes it a bit interesting. A little bit of water on the track certainly keeps everyone on their toes, that's for sure. Alright, so we've got some lap times for you. The fastest car on the track is Boston Morgan Horan with a 26.02. Lockie Bailey, second fastest with a 26.53. And John Towers a 27.34 as Glenn Ackroyd in car 3. Next car over the line.
Bit of a gap to our next competitor there. They're starting to spread themselves out. A lot of people learning the track for the first time.
Well, I think it's a big game for Boston Morgan Horan making his way through this field.
Oh, he's fast, mate.
Certainly very fast. He proved that last year here at the Loveday 400 with his big win. Of course, tough conditions today. So time for Glenn Ackroyd at 27.29. So four cars have now completed the first lap in order from fastest to slowest. Boston Morgan Horan from Lockie Bailey, Glenn Ackroyd in third, and John Towers in fourth. So John Towers, who was the unlucky competitor, had to take all the punt first, has fallen down the order here on corrected time. This will be the 6.35 of Jackson Evans in front of the tavern now.
He's quite a character, Jackson Evans. Great promotional tool for Polaris and Kin Crime. Been doing a lot of different events. You can see getting really high on the berm there, over the jump. Absolute huge amount of wheel travel.
So Jackson Evans with that 28.05 in the side-by-side, fifth of the five cars to complete this lap. A couple of cars quite close together here, Lyndon. This will be the 626 of Daniel Challen, I believe. And that will be the 92 of Wes Cowie, who lost that time with the spin. The car's back up and running. A little bit disappointed in his first lap here for the Loveday 400. And keep an eye on his progress throughout lap 2 because he's going to want to make up a lot of time.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit wide again and gone off the track. So having some steering issues, I'd say.
So Daniel Challen in 6.26 over the line. Of course, the side-by-side's falling out of Wes Cowie over the line as well. Oh. Now we said we had to keep an eye on the hard charging 813 of Brad Robertson. And he has made it quite jump.
Yeah, I just saw a whole lot of spectators run back from the fence there. It's all good. Very skilled operators in these machines.
Big 51, a great Campbell. So Wes Cowie, his first lap time, 31.25. Of course, our fastest competitor, Boston Morgan Home, with a 26.02. So Wes Cowie lost a lot of time there, and that can really harm you throughout the weekend. .479 of Nick Common. That's got the sound and the look of car 10 of James Cook.
Yeah, the West line took a bit of a double bite at the right hand. It was causing a few problems for our competitors out there today.
A few of our competitors struggled with that right hand as well. Those two corners make a lot of our drivers. Nick Common. Now Nick Common started 1 minute in front of James Cook, so you can see that James has been able to break up quite a lot of time on the extreme field as well. Getting close now to left side.
Oh, a bit of overtaking and happening in the puddles out in the adventure park here. Come and test your four-wheel drive on his own racing. Great preparation here for the Loveday team.
Yeah, a couple of side-by-sides getting chased down by Bo Robinson here. And the 624 Jack Williams. Both from big start in front of Bo Robinson. Also the 834 Brett Comiskey now with the recovery radio didn't come through before. He was back up the race pace, which we can see in front of us now. So two side-by-sides, couple of trucks. They're just entertained here as as well. Bo Robinson now, next car. Back through this tricky corner. This weekend. The cabin section. Now, I'm just thinking that Jack Williams might have the benefit of seeing what Dave Jones did there. And you know what? It's like right there, keep it nice and tight. They'll get a nice clean exit. Well, some updated times for you. Travis Robinson with a 27.22 into third place. So your cars at the moment in order, all of those that are finished. Boston Morgan Byron from Lockie Bailey, Travis Robinson in third with Glenn Point fourth, John Towers in the fifth place, Jackson Evans sitting in sixth, Bo Robinson in seventh with James Cook in eighth, Daniel Challenge sitting in ninth with Kane Jones in 10th, Brett Campbell sitting in 11th place currently with Jack Williams in 12th, Nick Commons in 13th, Wes Cowie in 14th, and in 15th, Brett Comiskey.
Fantastic racing happening out here at the Loveday 400. The sun is shining there, Cam, so you see these puddles just shrinking.
Well, I'm sure the second pick this morning, they're pretty happy to see this team out there trying to drive the truck forward. Right front up now to 639 Johnny Harrison. smoothly put together for us. We'll get an update for you as soon as it comes through. That looks like the 6170 Anthony Harris. So Smoothie's making his way through this field as well, having overtaken a couple of cars here. Using the forward driving advantages. I reckon this will be either the 85 of Nick Hicks.
It's an element car.
Yes, but I reckon that's Roy Bailey.
Yes, that's right.
Roy Bailey started well down the order.
The Bronco Motors Express.
Anthony Harris goes for another lap. Toddy Lehman, the unmistakable green lights on the front of that car. He's got a truck in his mirrors, that's the 818 of Hayden Bentley. Now, Toddy Lehman did start behind Hayden Bentley, so Toddy Lehman's made a pass, but Roy Bailey has done a great job. He's overtaken quite a few cars here on this first lap. Versatile running wide there in car number 2, up the top of that berm. Percival looks like he went right off the track there, he's regained it back onto the track now. So really slippery, especially for a lot of our Turbo Pro buggies out here, Lyndon. Struggling in these conditions.
Yeah, when those turbo kicks in, you get that little kick of horsepower, and just enough to spin those tyres, to overpower them, whatever you want to call it, and then you're kicking sideways. Torque steer from the rear, as they say. Naturally aspirated always has a better day in the mud.
You can see Percival slipping and sliding through this cabin area here. A couple of updated times for you. Royden Bailey with a 28.43. Puts him in 10th place at the moment. But of course our fastest time is a 26.02. So running Boston Morgan Horn with our fastest car at the moment. Journey of this 40-kilometre loop. I reckon that will be the 85 now. Nick Hicks, you can see it slowly coming across.
He's straight into the pits. He's not even going to get go and complete your lap.
He's trying to turn, Lyndon.
Go and turn. Oh, now it's going to be working.
Oh, he's really struggling with these weather conditions out here today.
Reasonably out in the Western Australian desert. Rage Con. Kalgoorlie. King of Kalgoorlie a few years ago.
Keep an eye on him here, Lyndon, because this is another corner they've all been struggling with. It's just more wheel spin for Nick Hicks at the moment, really struggling in the pro buggy, and of course the side-by-side with the four-wheel drive make it look really easy compared to car 85 of Nick Hicks.
Yeah, Nick definitely got a bit of a problem there, mate.
Yeah, really making his way into the pit area and then car through. That is.
Oh, the track right off. There's a big puddle there, and that is really causing some havoc for our competitors here. So he's gone full left.
Well, he's fired it back up. You'll find reverse in the truck. Certainly not something you want to be doing throughout your race days. Putting the car in reverse.
Everything's happening now.
This could be the 467 of Anthony Thomas.
slightly, so they're asking for full turn on that machine.
Now, Lyndon, I think I just caught on recovery radio that I believe it was car 10 of James Cook. Got a passenger on board, a bit of a tree going with him for the next lap of the track. So he's clipped a tree and he's getting part of the tree on the car. Just two of the Loveday 400 with him.
There's a bit of planting as he's going, mate. That's very generous of you. Sound like we're joking around a bit. That's because we are, because these guys are having lots of fun. You're competing for a lot of plastic and wood. A huge amount of monetary reward available in this sport. It is all for fun. The fun of having adrenaline pumping through your system at the full bore. If you want to find out any information about this, look up the Motorsport Australia website and you can go through their portal there and just Google search. I find it's a little bit faster rather than trying to navigate in the portal sometimes, and you can get all the information about these cars and every other form of motor racing associated with Motorsport Australia, of course formerly known as CAMS, the Confederation of Australian Motorsport. A lot of very, very good people making sure you get maximum entertainment out here this weekend. So as I said, if you want to know about this sport, get online, spend a bit of time, you too can come out and compete. The Loveday 400.
Couple of guys are further tapping down, the 621 to Jody Whaley and of course Michael Lesky, 6119. Well, sideways for Lesky, right up on top of the bird. He's going to be stuck there, Lyndon. Oh no, he backed it out.
Full drive.
The beauty of the full drive, he's trying to find gear now, but he has got that front. There we go. So another one of our competitors get caught up. Start behind Jody. But he has made the pass, and I'm sure he didn't want to have to make another pass, he's trying to stay out in front.
Oh, listen to that. Cheers. Jody Whaley and Sydney Carthew through again in the pink Pan Am Maverick R.
Quite a few of our competitors getting caught out in front of the tavern area here this weekend so far. We saw plenty of them coming off in that third to last corner in the prologue. Of course, this is the first time they've actually used this big burn section here this weekend. But I haven't had to worry about making that left-hand turn. So that puddle got quite deep overnight. So of course, fastest after lap one, Austin Morgan Horan with a 26.02, Rocky Bailey a 26.53. So 51 seconds the margin for the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive competitor back to the side-by-side driver. If you look into the pits now, you can see work going on the back of Nick Hick's car. The wheel is off the car. I'm not sure what they're doing. I don't believe they're just changing a tyre there. It looks like they're doing some sort of work there.
You're right, so it's a lot better than mine. Oh, right, here we are in front. Yeah, they've got the back up and having a look at maybe a constant velocity joint. That can slow you right down, but definitely looking in the gearbox driveline area there. Mechanics wishing they'd gone into the pits for a little bit of a drier position, but still rushing around, so it looks like they're hopefully going to get back out on track. Myself feedback here from my own equipment. It's not really interesting. Like I said, if you want to watch this live on YouTube, you can get YouTube. It's my name. Look me up on Facebook. You can see a link to the live stream from there. Got plenty of entertainment there. We should have the drone up today. Adam's Aerial Services was chafing in a bit to go fly yesterday, but unfortunately a little bit too wet. So we should be getting some good vision from Adam's Aerial Services, and Big Bad BD was out there this morning, put more of his GoPros up there. I think he's up to about 20 GoPros now that he puts out. So, sort of Christmas tree when you walk in the old B&B at my place, mate, with all the little GoPros on charge, flashing lights. Doesn't need a Christmas tree at Christmas, it's all good.
How does he remember where they all are on the track?
He's only left one about, but most people, the good part of operating is lots and lots of good people out there. There's photographers, videographers on course walking around, and they come up and actually wash the lenses. They'll take care of their own, so to speak, so everyone looks after everyone, and that's the good part of operating in the middle of nowhere, trying to create a show for people at home in their lounge rooms. Every bit of cooperation is appreciated, so personally I'd like to thank all the videographers and photographers out here this weekend. A lot of them don't know what I look like. I've got to describe how did you get out of your box? Where did you get out of the escape from? So that normally you don't see me. People don't know. I've been injured for the last 8 years medically, and walking has been quite a interesting thing, but I'm on back. I'm getting healthier now, so you're going to have to put up with looking at my ugly nose. That's me.
So recovery radio reporting through that car 127 of John Towers and the 49 of Boston Morgan and Horner are over the back sand dunes. So they're making their way back towards us.
And we're all going well. We've got the time and Greg Bell, you Greg, enjoying yourself this weekend. This is just really worried. I'm going to ask her a few questions, isn't she? She's run. That's as fast as I've seen her move all weekend. She's very slick and fast on her feet there, but how's the timing? Are you getting on top of it?
Yeah, no, time's going well, getting all reads, so it's looking good.
And Jeremy hard at work there. Look at his fingers are fast and furious. You can almost see the sparks flying up the end of his fingernails there. He's pressing the information out to everybody. So we've got a big screen in front of us here that's showing all of the live tracking and all that sort of thing. So,
Yeah, I think we've got rally signal there at the moment. I think we've changed it up, so different things all those things.
excellent. Lots and lots of technology coming out here to show you what's going on at Loveday 4x4 Park. Just trying to keep the reverberation down. We've got all sorts. We've got 5RM, Trevor Scott in the background here. He's going to be going live. He's talking to a few people. It's just an instant radio station. We're trying to challenge each other on the microphones here, but we'll get it going eventually. Radio station 501, 801 on your AM dial. Shout out to my mum, Margaret Wilson. Grew up 1941, sorry Margaret. She moved up with the family here, and up until retirement there, my grandpa, Hugh Lloyd, was the head techo at 5RM, milling machinery. The flashing antenna that you see at night time was a great construction just across the road from the old original broadcast station there at the Lurip turn-off area, which is now a very Flash Harry B&B, if you want to look it up. Got a great history there for the area 5RM, transmitting events across the Riverland, and hence volunteer is what we call Trevor Scott today. He's volunteered the 5RM radio station to come up here and live and let everyone at home know and encourage them to come up here to Loveday 4x4 Park, where we're watching Nick Hicks and his crew tumble and jump as they're still working feverishly in the back end of that car. But here comes the support. Have a look at the cooperation from other racers here going, hey, I heard you need a hand. Everyone gets on deck there as Nick Hicks cleans himself off. Great. Get the mud out of the eyes. He's feeling good. So definitely encouraging view there that looks like they're going to be getting back onto the racetrack quick. There's a great promotion as we've got the top runners coming into the park here, Ken. Who have we got?
Well, I reckon that sounds like the truck of Boston Morgan Horner. Of course, course, John Towers and Boston Morgan Horan were reported out there quite close together. Boston was the 5th car away, so if he's been able to make his way right up the field and into the front of this pack, that's a very, very good drive early on here at the Loveday 400 for 2025.
Yeah, a lot of slippery conditions to learn how to drive in New Zealand. Plenty wet. Well, these New Zealanders come over here to enjoy the long distance events. So many corners over in New Zealand. If you go watch the Taupo 1000, a few other events that are on. Fantastic off-road racing. New Zealand, and a few of the guys, if you get on, and Frosty is his nickname. He's got a few riding mechanics and a few guys that put out some great video, very entertaining to watch.
I'll tell you what, Lyndon, it certainly is Boston Morgan Horan, and what a drive he's been able to put together here from day one of racing at the Loveday 400. 5th car away, has made his way to the front of this pack in really tough conditions. He was really fast here all of last year, managed to win the event, and he has got his defence off to a great start here. He'll be the first car to complete the 2 laps of Section 1 here at the Loveday 400 2025. Well, not far behind it is the 127 of John Towers. He was the first car away today.
Coming up to, you could call that Nick Hicks' turn.
So Boston Morgan Horan across the line. What a drive from car 489.
Put your hands together, they can hear you. What a great steer there from John Towers, the New South Walesman. Awesome.
And light buggy as well.
Yeah, that's naturally aspirated. Pretty good in these type of conditions. You can see still a lot of water here.
Maybe the 622 of Lockie Bailey. Was the 3rd car away.
Oh. Sprinkler has suffered terribly out there today.
The second lap time for Boston Morgan Horan at 27.11. His fastest this morning at 26.02. Getting a lot slower out there after the cruise passed it for the first time. Lockie Bailey over the line now.
Misfire there, but these guys are absolute experts in Can-Am machinery, so I'm sure he's already diagnosed it. Just can't wait to get out there and grab a wire. But quite often the water that you're going through acts just like a pressure washer, and you can knock off electrical terminals. You don't glue them on. A lot of tough silicon doesn't like to be glued on these days, but that's how it works. One thing about off-road racing is you can test all types of equipment out here. Instant 20 years of testing. Just one off-road race, what one supplier used to tell me years ago.
So some time updates for you, Lyndon. Boston Morgan Horan total time at 53.13. Second place, Lockie Bailey with a 55.14. So a couple of minutes is the difference. And John Towers a 55.50. So 2 minutes the gap from Lockie Bailey to Boston Morgan Horan. In third place, John Towers and further 35 seconds behind Lockie Bailey. This will be car number 3 of Glenn Ackroyd. Started 30 seconds behind Lockie Bailey, so Glenn's lost quite a bit of time this morning here at the Loveday 400. But of course you can't win the race in section 1, you've got to be there at the end. So Glenn Ackroyd across the line in car 3. A total section time of 56.49. His second lap there. Oh, just carry out for a second, sorry folks, so we'll wait for that time to reappear. Well, it looks like the 813 of Trav Robinson and not too far behind him, the 92 of Wes Cowie. Well, Travis Robinson started well down the order as well. He's made his way right up the field. So that is a great drive from Trav Robinson. It'll be interesting to see what his time is. Crosses the line, but that is a fantastic drive through the field from Trav Robinson. After not starting his prologue yesterday, I'm sure he'll be quite happy with his result here for section 1 as Wes Cowie also crossed the line. Well, side by side, that doesn't sound too healthy out there, Lincoln.
Yeah, great entertainment. Great way to get into the sport, these side-by-sides, Cam. Look at the throwing around the place. The old front-wheel drive definitely saves you in a lot of these situations. Huge air coming over there. That's great to see.
That is Jackson Anderson, car 635.
It's the King Craig Express.
So Jackson Anderson, total time of 57.38. Wes Cowie at 59.09. So two of our competitors have gone faster on their second lap. Travis Robinson, a 27.04 compared to a 27.22. And of course, Wes Cowie went faster, but we know he had that drama where he come to a stop there on lap 1.
So Nick Hicks still out there.
Well, looks to be getting
The
back to
helmet
the
is
car.
on. We're getting the navigator stepping back into the car. That's a positive sign there for these guys. Let's hope they can get out and complete their second lap before late time brings them in. I don't know where we're getting a lot of this feedback from, but sorry if you adjust your hearing. No more competitors coming back in. Who we got here, Cam?
Oh, mate, I can't see that far, but we should be seeing Daniel Challen very shortly and Greg Campbell in the next little while, so it could quite well be the 626 of Daniel Challen. That's what it looks like the 651 of Greg Campbell.
Well, these competitors still very close out the back here. The advantage of Loveday that you are able to pass. Water means no dust. It means clear vision in terms of following the car or marking the car in front of you. Plenty of opportunities to overtake.
So Greg Campbell crosses the line, the car says James Cook, not too far behind, and then in the mirrors of James Cook, that is the 626 of Daniel Challen, I believe. So Greg Campbell started behind Daniel Challen. James Cook started quite a way down the list. He started behind Travis Robinson. So James Cook, another one of our competitors, has made his way through this field.
this is the first heat. We've split all the competitors into various different groups here to make racing a little bit closer, a little bit fairer, so to speak. Very well organised event now to cope with this amount of rain that came down yesterday. A few people, their cars are clean in here. Lots of people going to the local berry bubble wash.
Was giving chase to the Robinson truck on the previous lap, or the end of the previous lap. But it looks like he's been able to use the dryer back to the track to his advantage, getting in front of the forward car. That looks like Kane Jones also across the line now. Rick Trubisky chasing down Kane Jones throughout that lap. I know with the most parts, it's certainly not too much of an issue with no dust out in front of him today. Turning the track after working the car for quite a while.
Screaming trophy truck. It's the most trophy trucks injured in a race in many, many years. It's always well, it's a pretty good show there. Lots of fast machinery on show here today, there's no doubt about it.
Well, that's for sure. We've got a couple of trucks at the front of the timesheets. The 489 of Boston Morgan Hiram, and of course, with his really, really impressive drive around that second, Travis Robinson finds himself in second place with a 54.26, so a minute and 13 seconds to margin. Back to Travis Robinson. Of course, we've got these competitors coming out to do this all again later today. And Travis Robinson out there, look for him to try and chase down Boston Morgan Hiram on the time sheets. A minute and 13 seconds the margin. Lachlan Bailey in third. They further 47 seconds back from Travis Robinson. As Brett Speed in car 47 crosses the line now, another one of our four-wheel drive trucks out there this weekend.
Cars on the neighbours' street heading back to the playground here.
There's another one of that competitors we had to keep an eye on throughout this weekend, the 52 of Roy Bailey. Didn't take part in the prologue, but was quite quick on lap one. Number 639, Jamie Harrison crosses the line, as well as Roy Bailey in car 52, started down the order. We'll get a time for Roy Bailey and see where he settles into our. We'll see if he can settle into our top 10, of course. Due to the wet and slippery prologue, as we see Toddy Lehman going to make a pass to Jake Williams here. The Williams machine obviously having some dramas. Toddy Lehman over the line, and not far behind will be Jake Williams. As I was saying, with the slippery and wet prologue that we had here yesterday, the start order was well and truly mixed up. We had a lot of cars that were seeded into the order, and that certainly made it quite difficult for them to battle their way through the pack. Travis Robinson, who was seeded, finds himself in second place after the first heat comes out for section 1, because we've got the second heat coming out very shortly. leader, Josh Wilson. Also in front of the tavern now.
Yes, you're attending or watching the BF3 Race for Australia Off-Road Championship Round 3 here in Loveday, South Australia. It's our first mob of competitors completing their first heat for today. No doubt we'll be eagerly watching the lap time for Nick Hicks, and straight after we see those guys come in, having another start.
So as it gets busy in front of the tavern here once again, Recovery Radio, as Percival goes over the top of that berm that caught them all out yesterday. Recovery Radio coming through saying that they're trying to find a car out there. They found a car, they're just trying to confirm which car that is at the moment. So Jared Percival, car number 2, across the line to finish his 2 laps. A very slippery 2 laps here to kick it off for the Loveday 400 on Saturday's racing. Royden Bailey, 7 overall, a 28.16 on his second lap with a 57 lap for his overall time. Anthony Harrison, 6170 across the line as well.
The weather gods are smiling on us here. Cairns is absolutely superb. All the local swallows around the nest looking for something to eat. Getting a huge display of wildlife that we work in conjunction with up here. Tony Wadley's becoming a very good drone operator, chasing kangaroos out of the paddocks.
So Lyndon is one of our side-by-side competitors, makes the way around the final corner. I reckon it's Ashley Foot in 638. I've got a question for you. Do you reckon our competitors prefer male or female after today's racing?
Sorry, they just wrecked when you said the critical words there, mate.
Do you reckon our competitors would prefer mud or dust right now?
Dust. Dust any day of the week, mate. Mud makes you go in slow motion. From my experience, you can just throw the car in. You basically still have the same braking points because you're just not going as fast in the wet as you are in the dry. But definitely higher speed, more reliable grip in the dry.
So car 467 of Andrew Collins.
So I think where is it?
There are going to be a few of our competitors that don't mind at the moment, making their way.
Yeah, sleep there. No Collins or Westline trophy truck. All this mud, mate, we can't tell whether that's a rental or a geyser. We'll find out eventually.
Well, we can see the 43 of Brenton Forsyth starting to warm up his car in the next heat. But as it stands, your top 10 for Heat 1 to Section 1. Boston Morgan Horan from Travis Robinson in second. Lockman Bailey in third place with John Towers in fourth. Glenn Ackroyd sitting in 5th with Tom Lehman in 6th. Royden Bailey finds himself in 7th place with Josh Wilson in 8th. Brett Smoody in 9th. And rounding out your top 10 is Bo Robinson.
Yeah, Brendan Forsyth got a new gearbox in this bus. That's why we sent him out for a while. Breakthrough victory at Wanaka a few years ago for an outright win. Used to be a twin-seater, this car, converted to single-seater. Plenty of arm room and elbow room rented. Forsyth and grilling crazy. Says it all, those boys love a meal.
Well, he's always been a very, very fast competitor. I'm sure these the second heat, or the competitors in our second heat, they were quite happy just watching the first lap of heat 1, watching all the little issues they were having in this cabin area here. So according to the timing here, we've got 4 cars still out on the track. The 479 of Nick Commons, the 6119 of Michael Lesky, 621 of Jody Wavy, and 85 of Nick Hicks.
Races have been on track now for coming up to 1 hour 25 minutes. Last car on track will be Nick Hicks in the 85 Element Prodigy buggy. Loveday 4x4 all ladies crew. Jody Waitley and Cindy Carfood, they'll be serving you off track here. You just watch them people in different clothes and they'll be behind the bar, the kitchen, hard at work here. Look, they're coming straight over the park in front of us. And that looks like, what's that, the Michael Lesky, Simon Baker navigating in the Lesky Engineering Can-Am. Third race for Michael. He's great. They had a good chat with him at Launch Mate. A couple of interviews online if you want to see what Michael Lesky's all about. What's my name? You can find us on Facebook there. You'll see the old race scene from 25 years ago.
Leslie a total section time 1 hour 4 and 17 seconds, and Jodie Waitley a 1 hour 4 27 seconds. So 26 cars have now completed the first section here at the Loveday 400.
Forsyth, another example of second generation racers here in South Australia. His father a crash repairer, passing on the skills to his son. Shout out to the Forsyth family and the Neil family as well. Jamie Gill and the Forsyth used to share a workshop years ago, and I made a visit there with my Navigator Turbo Subaru motor from the boys. Great to get out there and have a look at their workshop. That's the thing about off-road racing, one generation will pass it on to the next one. Good, clean fun. Well, not exactly clean today, but it's definitely good fun, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, and speaking of second generation races, second car away will be the 1050 Blue Jersey.
Yes, son of Ben. Out of Helen. Put it into a awesome perspective. Great family, the Essex. Ben being a contributor from an official's point of view as well as looking after his lads. I've been over to the Baja 1000 a few times there, and I really enjoyed watching them finally get into a decent race car. Yes, the Volkswagen Beetle. Unfortunately, he needs to train in the Beetle a little bit more there, so Bill Sivinsky and Luke Ersick spent the night on the side of the Baja Peninsula, and quite an expert in rattlesnakes and various noises that come into the air. I think that Tamara Ambers, or one of the mines, Tamara Myers, I think, was broken down near them, so they had a bit of entertainment during the evening there, a bit of fun, but where they broke down, a very difficult place to recover, so we hopefully see the Ursix back over there again soon, because it is so much fun to watch the live stream and actually know someone that's over there. Of course, Toby Price and Paul Will leading from the front, showing the PWR radiators are making a huge difference there in the United States of America. They supply all of the Formula One teams, and that technology is being put into the Mason all-wheel drive trophy truck. And you've got a moment or two when you get home there, you fire up YouTube, and there's Visgistics has done a fantastic tour of the Mason factory, their new facilities. Quite interesting. You'll note that the only car that the full-time repair is the Paul Wheel Toby Price Mason truck. But they had 3 cars in the build stage there, and 2 of them were ticketed to Australian customers. So definitely, the Mason trucks we're seeing here at the moment, we'll see some more coming out soon. And what a great show that they do. Just shows there you can come through from off-roading, because the guys and brothers trucks there, fantastic as they are, have now been overtaken by the Mason manufacturers. But it all filters down. Most of the manufacturers are in America for the off-road parts. We've got got some really good suppliers here in Australia with some fantastic frame products, arms, and all sorts of bits and pieces that have come out from Australia. Continue to contribute to top quality motor racing around the planet. So most of our competitors are pretty keen to get out there and looking at the very famous Paul Tuck lead in his single-seater Mudgee Cranes Ripmaster, that is. And we've got to get onto YouTube. Paul Tuck Lee's got a Paul Tuck Lee 996 YouTube page. It's a fan page. He needs some subscribers. So, competitors forming up. Thanks to all our officials, volunteers out here this weekend, all of the Day Glow Green vests running around, 100% volunteers. Thank you very much for making your time available. You wonder why? Well, the adrenaline does flow into the system, just being part of it, being so close to the action, you can't help. Once you get to know a few of the competitors, your heart races when you see them coming. So it's a healthy thing to come out here and watch the off-road racing, would you think, King?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And as you can see, looking down in the pits now, we've got a few of our cars starting to make their way into the start area, just patiently waiting their turn to take on this 40-kilometre track, a couple of laps ahead of them. Of course, some heavy hitters in this section as well. We've got competitors like Michael Zacher, Thomas Swinglehurst.
Oh, there's a car I want to see. Michael Zacher and the King Shocks. Jimco Hammerhead from my namesake stable over there in California, the Wilson Motorsports team. No, we're not related, but obviously it must be something. What a fantastic car. One of the last cars Michael Stapleton put together, the Wilson Motorsport team. He's a long-time fabricator. So this car really does like the rough conditions here. This is a rear engine Hammerhead. Not that many here. We've got a few mid-engine, like the 33 there, Shannon Wrench, but not here this weekend. But that really likes rough conditions, so as it gets rougher tomorrow, you watch that King Shock car start to come through the field. So a big shout out to all our recovery vehicles out there this weekend, all listening keenly on the UHF channels, ready to dive in and rescue cars at a moment's notice to keep the race track clear for other competitors. So if you want to be part of the officialdom, as I said, look up the Motorsport Australia website. You'll see the way to become an official. You get up and all the way in Formula One, go to Bahrain, and a whole lot of opportunities there for officials to officiate. Some of us don't, a lot of families can't afford a race car like they used to. It's very expensive, but you can certainly get close to the action, closer than most by being an official. And we very much thank you for doing so. Me, well, I've been in it since I was born, so I've done all the jobs that's involved in this motorsport. So, yes, we come from a multi-generation motorsport family. Well, my grandma liked horse racing. So it's screaming as we went and got handbraking back in the old days, the Beatles. But a great way for the family to enjoy sport together. And it's a learning curve. I learned so much building my first race car. Still learning, don't know it all.
so happy to be involved with this sport. You think I had a choice, and I've looked at every single motorsport there is, and in my opinion, off-road racing is the BEST. This is the best. I challenge you to come up and say, you know something better. I don't mind a bit of an argument every once in a while. All good, clean fun. But if you want to know all the reasons, well, I'll let you know. But I'll tell you, all motorsport's good. Full stop. Should be promoted heavily because it does pass on a lot of skills to a lot of people that save them in the hardest race there is, full stop, and which is driving on public roads with other public road users. They don't always have the same skills that we develop, others develop through motor racing. But it is a great way to save yourself and your family out there to be able to anticipate a problem. Defensive driving is certainly learned here, because you're unrestricted. You can do what you want. If you want to stop and do a dangerous corner, go right ahead, and please make sure no one's right behind you. But you can have as much fun. I can tell you many, many stories of the Graham Johnston, Creed, and the two young for the Ian Veerman. They used to be notorious for acting up and stirring up recoveries and officials there on track, just all about having a fun time on the weekend. This is the serious end of the sport, being a national championship round. You've got the best of the best from Australia. We have two series in Australia these days. You've got the ARB, the AASA series, and of course the where you are and what you are watching today, the Motorsport Australia series here. So I'll tell you what, lots of very keen competitors here this weekend. Keen to get out on the track. Lots of clean cars down here. I'm looking at the Vicky Tyler Thompson Shod Rush Truck. Got third generation Western on track there, of course, very famously from Waikerie in South Australia. So Reese Western here was the event director of the old Enduro Road racetrack, where it was 100 kilometres a lap, went all the way from the Sturt Highway to all the way across to the Schutz's properties on Enduro Road. And they cut their teeth being local Waikerie residences. And great to see that's third generation out here. So that tells you how good the sport is. Once it gets into the road, you don't understand you have to go to such exotic locations as we are here at Loveday, 14 kilometres of riverfront, Murray riverfront, to be able to come and holiday at. Superb facilities. Come here to here, you can do a lap of the track. You can explore many kilometres of tracks here, test your four-wheel drive to its nth degree, and they've even got workshop facilities here to help you get home if you have a problem. So, you know, the setup just gets better and better every year we come here. We've got the huge amount of undercover area here that's short the track in order to widen it. So, you got some news for us, Ken?
Yeah, just had a couple of reports covering radio for a little while there saying that the 479 of Nick Collins has got going again and stopped. Sorry, Nick Hicks just out in front of us there now. Looks like he's moving quite slowly as well to the corner. I might just set a slow corner for Nick Hicks. So not too far away from the final two cars completing this section. Nick Collins got to another stop, I believe, just before, so I'm sure what the problems are for the truck. And of course, Nick Hicks had the issue earlier today, coming into the pits after the first lap.
Now there's got a bit of speed coming back in now. Hangs it out there. Range, con element, quality. Sounding pretty good there. He's just maybe feeling the car out.
course, he had some trouble at this corner last year, didn't he, Lyndon?
Yes. Complete 360, tipped over, bent rear arm. That was the old car, this is the new one. And rocking up there and he said, oh hello, there's a bit of a line up in front of us there.
So yeah, started nice to line up.
Big cheer at the Loveday Tavern. Here comes Jody Waverley and Cindy Carney back there. Whoa. All the crowd going nuts there. Big smiles for you.
So should only be one more car out on the track, that'll be the 479 Nick Thomas, I believe. Roaming out the order here, looking at our next starter, a few quite fast competitors. Of course, Brent Forsyth is the first car away with Blue Thursday giving chase. David Adams will be the third car underway, which will make it a trio of single seat competitors to greet the track in Section 1, Heat 2. Cooper Weston will be the first car away with a navigator in car 61. Look out for Cooper Weston as well. He's fast throughout the weekend. Jeff Brennan, big car underway in the side-by-side before Michael Zacker hits the track in car 51.
So Bullhand racing out in front of the Jimco Hammerhead. Shot in Mike's Shop, King Shops. Shout out to Zacker Clean. They're providing a lot of entertainment and off-road racing. There again, another example of multi-generational off-road races. Third generation here, Michael Zacker. Up there in Queensland, running Isuzu in the early days, and then remember the BF Goodrich versus the Old Man EU team, very famous video from the early 80s, watched hundreds of times. David Flatman production. Shout out to the Chapmans for bringing that early look at off-road history in full quality. And thanks to my brother who contacted David Flatman Productions and asked David to go put that video onto the DVD to digitise it, and he went to Canberra and digitised the off-road racing coverage there. I think it's Andrew Cowan in Australia, Volume 1 and Volume 2, and another film called Off-Road Races that I was filmed at the Dubbo track before that. So if you're watching that digitally in the future, just come to my brother, Big Bad BD, and contact me. It was a 40th birthday present to me, was to have that presented on a CD, and I've been told to never ever publish it, which is copyright, which is fair enough. So if you see a few snippets of it, you're very lucky. So we've got some fantastic looking clean machinery coming out here. I cannot, this must have been, so go around the bits and have a look, oh yeah, you're going to the second bit. You're not dirty enough. And I'll tell you, there's nothing worse than putting on a wet, fire-proof suit the next day. You've got multiple layers, you've got a 3-layer, 2-layer, 1-layer suit with a whole lot of underwear to go with it. Many different safety regulations that are enforced in this sport. We've got neck braces, we've got super 3-inch-wide seat belts, 6-point harness, we've got multiple fire extinguishers, the roll cage thicknesses are tested regularly. They have cars with a triangular inspection from scrutineers to just give them a tick of approval to go to scrutineer. A whole lot of rules and regulations that go to keeping everybody safe.
Speaking of safe, that's a Westline machine.
And the 479 Nick Thomas who comes out some drivers on the track throughout today's morning section, or section 1, has fallen down the order. One of those things about off-road racing, there's always mechanical dramas, little gremlins that can affect your day, and of course, if it affects you this early on in the weekend, It's a massive uphill battle from then on. As Nick Commons crossed the line quite gingerly there, made his way into the pit area. Now, Livingston, you were saying before about how we race suits and the like.
Yes.
I reckon Jeff Pickering and Norman Parker were probably walking around in their race suits last night, feeling very warm, having the windscreens and the windows in those cars.
Yeah, the Ranger Raptor, I think the air conditioning works as well as the heaters. I do remember the Ranger Raptor in the Baja 1000 being the local machine, and a lot of Australians helping out there, the brown field. They ran nearly the whole event with the air conditioner on, just to show that it would do business, and of course it did. Fantastic 1,600 kilometres non-stop over there in the Baja 1000. 1,000 miles, that's for 1,600 k's. Absolutely fantastic. More and more Australians getting over there to enjoy the extreme challenge. You probably find about 500 k's is about as much as we've got in local competition here at these events. Sounds like a lot, but when you're out there at full noise, you know, have an average speed, say at sea lake at 140 kilometres an hour, time flies, as they say. Remember, bring back the sea lake Mallee Rally. Can't see, but I'm pumping like this there at the moment as a sign of aggression, anger, and power. A lot of powerful people involved in off-road racing. So once fellow Victorians get their government organised, we hope to see a hell of a lot more off-road racing back in the beautiful state of Victoria.
I said it yesterday, Lyndon, I reckon waiting to start is the most nervous time in the race car. And look at this hungry pack of competitors who have been waiting all morning to get their chance to tackle this 40-kilometre track. Plenty of heavy hitting cars here as well that can quite easily find themselves faster than some of the cars in Heat 1 or Heat 8.
Get some funny feedback here. Apologies for blowing your eardrums out. Yeah, lots of great competitors here. You're right, they can do get a little bit nervous, and that is natural. If you don't get nervous, you're going to hurt yourself. You need to overcome your fear, and part of the idea is that you're concentrating on nothing but just idling and waiting to move up the line. You feel vibrations, you can hear funny noises. You wonder, did I tighten that nut correctly? Was that the correct torque on my wheel nuts? Did my crew properly attach that hose clamp for that troublesome hose pipe in the back there? All of these thoughts go through your head, but once that flag drops, is 100% kill, crush, destroy. Yes, you get pretty aggressive. It's a great way to get rid of this, your aggression. A lot of psychologists tell people to get involved with motorsport. Get all of your aggression out in a safe manner where you're not hurting anyone else. And just go out there and abuse machinery. 2 minutes from a fantastic start of our go. Good on you now. I think he was almost knee deep in mud yesterday, and the puddles out there, so he's done very well to be up and about today.
We can see they moved the start a little bit further back here for day one of the racing section here at the Loveday 400. Of course, we had the prologue yesterday, and first car away is going to be the 43 of Brenton Forsyth.
1 minute to start. So we can't quite see that they're hiding under this fantastic facility they've put here, so we'll just chase them as they run away from the start line. So not far away. Loveday coming up to about 2 hours. We've been racing Sunday morning here, just south of Barbara.
You know, 1 minute warning from Valgarda on the start line there.
G'day Hayworth Media, out on the whoops waiting for them to start. Well, they're just going to be a minute away from coming towards you, mate. It's a fantastic setup for whoops, generally referred to as the Think whoops. Was meant to copy what the Think has, good testing out here. Don't forget, you've got Scott Agars at 5 p.m. He doesn't like to advertise. But good on you, Scott. He's done a lot of great work for a lot of people here. And their shock absorbers, and this is the great place for him to test your car. So plenty of people have come up here and enjoyed the fine finger work on the spanners there from Scott Agars. Wasn't a whole lot of advice. What does he know? He was the guy that toured the world with the Bob Rock Gordon Stadium Super Trucks.
Heat 2 of section 1. 30 seconds, the gaps between our competitors to hit the start this weekend. The next car to get underway will be the 1050 of Luke Erskine. Second run in this car. Another one of our single seat competitors. Had a good prologue yesterday. Of course, David Adams, also a good prologue. These two are really, really close in this class. So look for the battle of Erskine
Craft for Luke, I believe, and this is a Desert Rack for DR1 here for David Adams.
Luke pulled off to the side of the track there, Lyndon, unsure what the issue is. But David Adams now on the start line. It was going to be the battle between Erskine and Adams, but with Luke pulled over, red prize for David Adams. And he is now underway.
Yeah, officials down there to help Luke Erskine. Let's hope it's something easy. One thing, he won't have to camp on the side of the track tonight. But it looks like it's hanging down a little bit to the left there, Cam.
Next car on the line, the 61 of Cooper Weston. Another one of our competitors that didn't take part in the prologue yesterday.
Yeah, follow those guys in. Shook them up there, took an opportunity to overtake and sprayed a bit of up. Bit of fun.
Jeff Brennan in car 623 would be the first of our side-by-side delay for this section. Another one of our competitors had a strong prologue at the front of this heat in that side-by-side. Now, of course, we will have to combine all the times from both these heats. And all our times we're reading out today for this section will be just purely for this section until all the cars are finished. Next car on the line, the 51 of Michael Zacher.
Yeah, some lots of keen Americans watching how this one. You can see on the roof, that's the Starlink antenna. So if you get onto YouTube and look for Michael Zacher, King Shock Racing, you should be able to go for a ride in that car while we've got some signal today. Thanks to Elon Musk there for putting Starlink together, making all of this coverage fantastic. There's so many antennas here compared to the first one I brought up here many years ago.
Another one of our competitors who didn't take part in the prologue yesterday. So Zacher and Swinglehurst, look out for them to make their way through the order here. Those who did not take part in that prologue yesterday and trying to find their way up the list and through the outright order. And that's one thing that could quite well happen is that a few of our competitors in this heat will find themselves right at the front of the times. What could Nick Burt do in car 432? The next car away.
From the Western stable, built in Murray Bridge over a couple of years. Nick Bird, former Rivmaster competitor, sold that car on and he won the Sailor State Championship in that car a few years ago. So really enjoying the sport, mechanic. So if you get up in the bridge campus up there in Murray Bridge, they'll be happy to look after you.
4-3-0. I'm sure he'd love nothing more than to chase down one of his fellow extreme two-wheel drive competitors.
Yeah, been on the sidelines for a couple of years, very happy to be back out here racing with a Niflex Engineering sponsored trophy truck down from the southeast, South Australia. Great competitors there, Cam.
Jack Livingston, another one of our side-by-side competitors here. Plenty of side-by-sides and plenty of trucks here this weekend to keep us entertained. We can see some of our competitors out the other side of the pits there. We'll make that left-hand turn and head out to tackle this 40-kilometre track. Brett Lewis on the line there, on the line now in car number 6. Another one of our pro buggy competitors, Paul Tuckley in car 996. Another one of our single seaters as well. He's got all to do this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, the Munchy Cranes, man. Just go and look at Munchy Cranes. They've got some fantastic equipment. Great local employer in there in Munchy. Got a lot of people out and about there. Enjoying his racing. He raced a number of years ago and come back. It's an old car. The New South Wales competitors will recognise that Drift Master. So there's a thing in operating every car, rebirth, refixed. A lot of people say we're racing roll cages basically. That'd be correct.
The third West Line entry underway, Sam Commons in car 646. And in Sam Commons' mirrors, it'll be the 418 of Hannah Bentley. Another one of our competitors that did not take part in the prologue yesterday.
She's having a great season, Cam, with the results she's had up there in the Fink and at Moon Period, the first two races. So very proud father, Hayden Bentley. Now a third generation racer there. Tom Bentley started off from rallying many moons ago from Thorpe Perry Hardware. His son kicking on there back in the half-done days. You remember? Racing the ex-Harold Gould buggy quite a while. He's retired there, and then Hayden came on the scene, won the Australian Championship now a couple of times. And now his kid's getting a go. So it's great to see a daughter picking up. There are plenty of daughters associated with the sport. But great to see one in a trophy truck. Awesome.
A couple of side-by-sides out on track now. That was Stephen Dennis leading the line, and the next car away with the 6169 of Jesse Mandarin. Now, of course, Jesse had a very close look at the Triple Assisted yesterday. We'll be hoping for a nice run. Oh, big bounce off the first jump.
Ooh, a lot of rebound set in that one. You'll have to visit Mike's shop, I reckon. Get a few adjustments, or come in here and see 5 PM, see Scott Agars, he'll look after you.
Another one of our single seat competitors is the 1025 of John Wick.
The man from Holland coming over to Australia here and racing a side-by-side sport and kicking himself into a buggy here and having a ball by the look of it.
We've got a fresh car on the line next here, Lyndon. One race old, Adrian Gardner.
It's the Honey Badger mid-engine machine with a Honda K24 engine. Got his old Bond to roll cars buggy sold and put the money into that, and he is away. Major sponsor there of Paul Germain Racetrack, Spencer Golf Off-Road Racing Association. It's Territorians, it's Breckles Taylor, Peter Trees. Central Desert Transport, Jimco, that was the first of the really big trophy trucks to come over here. Peter Kittle Motorsport was called to that specifically to win the feat. It's had quite a few big name drivers over the years step behind the wheel, but he's been absolutely loving it after starting in a buggy, Breckles Taylor. And great to see the guys come down here.
Somebody's going to try and use the four-wheel drive to catch up to the big truck. It's going to be the 663 of Tim Lally. And of course, Brett Taylor was slipping and sliding all over the place in yesterday's prologue sections. I'm sure he'll be trying to use the tracks out and further away from the tavern to his advantage to try and find his way through that field. Next car on the line, the 655 Rob Knight.
Well, he took off quick, that one. Conservative over the drop there, keeping the wheels on the ground, because you don't go forward if you're in there.
See John Wiss over the back there, making that left-hand turn, heading away from the tavern area. And here we go, the next car on the line, we've got a windscreen.
Oh,
Norman Parker in 701, he's not too worried about the money.
Hank Parker. Thanks to Todd Farming. 79 series. Yes, it's a diesel. Yes, it's got extended king shocks. It's got big fuel injectors, big fuel line to keep it running in Class 7. It was brand spanking stock and new a couple of years ago. Finding some modifications to make it go faster and faster. But everyone's jealous of the windscreen and the heater today, mate.
Oh, somebody will be jealous. 296 of Jerry too.
Yes, unfortunately the Taylor clan were supposed to be racing up here. I got bailed up by Ryder Taylor to explain the disappointment he had in his father for deciding to stay in the tavern all day instead of come out racing. That's the second race in a row, Mark Taylor. I'm watching you.
Next on the line, the 637 of Eden Evans. Now, they had a driver very early on in that prologue yesterday after hitting the first jump and made the way into the tyre bundle. And we didn't catch that one, Linda. There was so much going on yesterday, but Eden Evans is underway now.
Oh, I saw a little bit of an Ed car with Trevor Chandler's alongside this weekend. And he was having to do some steering as he nosed into a tyre wall there. So, trying to talk with Eden Evans last year, she said, hey, why do you roll so much? She said, I like to roll. Okay, all right. So we're still waiting for a bit of an update there as the Pickering machine gets away from us there, the Ranger Raptor. Yeah, great motorsport family, Simon Evans Motorsport, of course, Australian rally champion. And a Subaru.
The next car away, one that will certainly be trying to make his way through the order. Robbie Gatletta in car 96, they were here last year, had a decent run. This field here on section 1 of the Loveday 400.
Yeah, we've moved Luke Ersig's single-seater off track now, just as well, because the old Gatletta, one of the twins there, is only this weekend, only one up here. Gatletta steel fabrication there, Port Perry and Wayne. Huge buildings, can't miss them.
We've got 3 cars left to take to the start as Jason marks the last of our trucks to get underway. Looks like one of our trucks has made its way into the pits over the back there, isn't it? Next car on the line, the 6681 of Ross Newman, one of 2 side-by-side sport class cars here this weekend. We've identified the side-by-side sports. The first 2 numbers on the roof are both 6.
Generally naturally aspirated, these cars. I think we're limited to 1,000 cc's. So many side-by-sides as, trying to compete against the turbos can be a little bit difficult.
2 cars left to start. Next one away, also a side-by-side sport. 6666. Same settle.
the Settle Financial Group for helping them come out here this weekend. He's a former Targa racer. The 427 trophy truck was his, the original Rush truck number 1, and then passed on now to the Shanky family.
So one car left to take the start from 10:27 of Jim Shepard gets underway. So as Jim Shepard 10:27 out on the track now. Look over the back of the pit area there. I thought I saw Robbie Galileo already making that pass on Jeff Newton, or getting very close to it. There it is, the pass made by Robbie Galileo on the Class 7. Production 4 drive class car. There we go, all of our cars now underway for Pit 2, Section 1.
Time to get over to the tavern, have some munchies, move further east of the tavern there, you'll find a whole lot of caravans set up. Everybody's catered for here this weekend. Thank you very much to all of the staff that have come on board here to help the Loveday team get through round 3 of the Motorsport Australia Media Privilege Championship. Of course, Ross of Volkswagen, major sponsor to be up here this weekend. Good old Volkswagen, I love a Volkswagen. Of course, off-road racing started the majority of the Volkswagen suspension system and engines. Volkswagen around club events. I don't believe you've got a Volkswagen engine race car here this weekend. Small tear coming out the side of the eye. Yes, we're also Volkswagen here, with Volkswagen Centre around for a few years. Established name for top quality Volkswagen service and sale right there in the beautiful wine country of South Australia. Brett Leland works out there for Barossa Volkswagen. It's a connection here with long-term friends, long-time friends with Tony Christopher Wakeman, and he's out there shooting some top quality images out there today. With all the other photographers, and a couple of them doing a shout out there on the YouTube, Facebook page is currently shooting the live images that you might be enjoying. Just look us up there. You won't find it looking for Loveday unless you're looking for a reference there. So you just look for my name, Victor Wilson, and you'll see a link to Facebook for it. We're up here putting out the live image. People at home here this weekend. Footage from the drone tonight, which will madly be editing when we get back. Big Bad DD's filtering through his 20 GoPros around the track. Got some of the images here today that I'm recording. Great fun. So lots of noise over in the scrub, Valley Scrub. As I said, if you want to listen to what's going on in the background here, you've got a radio, you don't have the reception for Telstra out here. 5RM, communicating live. Trevor Scott, long time announcer on 5RM, various other stations around Australia, volunteering his time to come out here. Or he rushes off to the local football league this afternoon. But thanks very much for 5RM. Riverland Radio. As I said, I keep referring to AM. The FM, they're available on there as well. Listening to it on the way in here this morning. It's a good part about the Riverland South Australia. So many people know each other. You're not very far from each other in terms of distance. You all have the common thread being wound through everybody here, which is called the Murray River. Spent many an hour sitting in front of the Murray River. Every year I go up and reminisce my grandparents' place. Not there, of course, but down the bottom is down at the Loveday there. It's a bookmark biosphere reserve. Now you can go down to those camps and pay you $30 for a couple of days. Stay next to the beautiful river, Murray. So 14 kilometres here at Loveday 4x4 Park Camp. People can come and camp. There's lots of people camping down there. There's Spectacle Lake just down the road here with some unique wildlife and lots of eagles and trees. So there's not all there's such. I think it's 8,000 acres here. So you can get lost very easily. You just feel like you're in the middle of nowhere. A few minutes being at the Loveday 4x4 Park. You can come here and have a quality meal. They get a chef every Saturday night. Come in here. Entice people to come and enjoy the tavern lifestyle. Have been known to let the sprinklers go wild in the tavern there a few times. It's an ex-shearing shed. And the history of the property, well, it used to belong to another very famous South Australia. South Aussie cousin might give it away. This is the family farm, the family shooting wagon everyone drove past before you do your right-hand corner. Down there, it looks a little bit second-hand, but there's a few other South Aussie cosy highlights out here.
Well, Lynn, I'm keeping my ear to the ground here with Recovery Radio, and Recovery Radio is going ballistic right now. There's lots going on out there. It feels very calm here. So there's a lot going on with Recovery Radio, and I'm still just waiting. There's so much going on, we haven't really got confirmed it on anyone yet. We're just waiting to hear all these different stories of what's going on out there.
I was going to say there's a whole lot of communication that you can't publish because considered swear words, as we call it. It's very frustrating when you have a niggling problem and you have to stop out there on the track. Get a flat tyre or something. If you can change that within under 10 minutes and get back in the car and going, you are doing very well. So the point of off-road racing, you just don't give up. You never give up. You never know who's going to break down or stop in front of you. You don't know the time. So just get back in there and have a go. You might make up all of that lost time in the end there. You look towards the paddock, waiting for a bit of action. We've got the insane super jump. Plenty of spectating room here at the Loveday Tavern and grassy knoll beyond. Got a playground for the kids. Plenty of entertainment for the whole family here at Loveday. So basically you've got 4 generations up here at Loveday Camp of the Wakely family. The old Toby Wakely's been having a bit of fun with his missus there, and that's resulted in a couple of kids now. So we've got Miles will be
earmarked as a future racer. He's already looking pretty keen behind the wheel, driving around all of the tracks here with on his dad's lap. Great way most kids start off there. Can't reach the pedals, but you certainly can hang on and rotate a steering wheel at a young age.
Of course, with recovery radio going a bit crazy there, take the opportunity to thank all our recovery crews who do a great job all weekend, and every event we go to, these recovery crews are volunteering and working hard to make sure that the track's always clear, all our competitors are safe, and give the competitors an opportunity to get to the end of the race as well, as we see our first competitor come back into view here in front of the tavern. Of course, the first car away was Brenton Forsyth in car 43. Now, I've heard that the car 1074 of David Adams has had an issue out there, which means that Brenton Forsyth has got quite a gap there to the next car, as we can still see the 1050 of Luke Erskine over there, who was the second car away. That means that a minute and a half is the gap between Brenton Forsyth and Cooper Weston early on in this lap, as David Adams had issues out there quite early on. Sounds like the 663 of Tim Nallally has also come to a stop.
That's a shame, the Air Peninsula's trailer's machine. Debuting the ex-Ben McNamara side by side there at Port Germain a while back, and doing as most people do when they pick up in class, just push the limits and rotate the vehicle in front of the crowd for entertainment, of course, and just testing the roll cage. As everyone knows, Ben McNamara did exactly the same thing. Not the same quarter, but in the same car in his first race at Port Germain too.
So the first car away, Brenton Forsyth in car 43. The first car back in towards us. You can see he'll probably be a little bit happier now. The sun's out, it's drying up those puddles, and he was able to watch our first heat get underway, so he's probably seen what they were all doing into that final corner here after the finish line loop.
Yeah, occasionally I see some questions come across online here, Cam, and one question was, is Brettles Taylor on track? The Jimco trophy track, and the answer is yes. I have seen him start, and yes.
But Brenton Forsyth right up on the berm, another victim of that final berm. Watched all of our competitors earlier. You can see two cars out there doing battle now as well. There's Michael Zacher out in front. And that might be Cooper Weston not too far behind. So Michael Zacher might be fighting his way through this field.
Have you got a time there?
I'm just waiting for the time to update for Brenton Forsyth here. As soon as I see it, I'll certainly let you know.
I just want to know if he's in this heat or not. Yes, he is. He has started. He's out there. So this is the interaction we have around the planet. Plenty of Territorians tuning in. Alice Springs hosting the last round, round two. What a fantastic show it was up there at the Tatsvik Desert Race.
Brendan Forsyth with a 27.31. That's actually a very, very good lap time for Brendan Forsyth. Of course, this track would be probably drying out a little bit now, and with all the cars running over it a couple of times this morning, you can really see the track getting faster for our competitors. There's Michael Zacher and Cooper Weston. Now Zacher has made the pass on Cooper Weston, and there, right in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the 48 of Thomas Swinglehurst.
Well, having a great run.
Certainly is having a very, very strong run. Started out of 7
Have a look here.
Zacher.
Zacher being hotly pursued here by the Western Russian buggy.
So Swinglehurst, who started behind Weston and Zacher, has made his way up to second on the road. He makes his way around that final corner quite okay. Zacher and Weston. First time tackling this corner for both these crews. Zacher's gone right up on top of the third. Weston's going to catch it off. Oh! So Weston trying to stay away. Zacher got third up. Now sideways in the centre of this track.
Yeah, Weston stalled the car on the ignition coming on and off there. Trying to restart the vehicle. It's pretty slippery as a hurry in these conditions. But he's backing away, so this challenge will continue for another lap.
Oh, it's got to be frustrating, doesn't it? And here for another driver and force you to make a mistake yourself. Of course, certainly plenty of crews having those dramas into that corner. Not the first one, I don't think they'll be the last.
Now, if you want to know the race results,
Where can they go online there, Cam? What sort of race results?
Yeah, my race results. They're doing the timing this weekend, so you can jump on the website there and find the results. Damien Nicol, one of our competitors, I believe, started quite a way down the order, so he's made his way up through the field. Started behind Nick Burt and Jeff Brennan. Made a couple of passes here. Get some times for you now. So Thomas Swinglehurst is the fastest with a 27.10 from Forsyth at 27.31. Michael Zacher with a 27.54 and Weston with a 28.55. Damien Nicol had some dramas in the prologue yesterday. Into the final corner, which has caught out all of our cars today, and the car has stalled. So Damien Nicol's got to refire the truck nice and quick. Taking it easy into that final corner. Very smart move based on what we've seen throughout that
yeah, David Adams is a mobility specialist, Thrive Mobility down Lord Murray Bridge. All of your needs, when you need a little bit of assistance to get around. So the DR1 Desert Rack with a K2400 in the back, single seater. Getting around pretty smartly here in the Loveday 400, thanks to Barossa Volkswagen. And we've got some people very keen to know about where this car is. Brettles Taylor from the Territory. Central Desert Transport, his name is company. Peter Trees flies in from Brisbane to navigate. Suffered some real bad burns there at Jamaica a couple of years ago, but off-roaders are tough. So just brags about the scars now.
Here is the 432 of Nick Burt, South Australian competitor.
Oh, what? I've called the wrong car again, have I? I've just had my Murray moment again. I just can't see that far. Anyway, that's my excuse. If I'm not very much mistaken, yes, I am very much mistaken. Nick Burt, Bridge Campus 4x4.
Nick Burt over the line. It's going to look easy.
He's a Kumo tyres agent up there at Bridge Campus. So he can sell you those tyres with grip. Got a siren, that's an overtake siren. You see all these people shift their shoulders and their arms ready to run, put the elbows up, they're off. Thought it was the police here again. I'm innocent. It wasn't me.
Nick Burt with a 31.04 and David Adams with a 31.54. Now we know that David Adams had some drums out there on the track and come to a stop for a short time. We've fallen down the order a little bit, so your car's in order. Thomas Swinglehurst from Bretton Forsyth, Michael Zackett in third, Damien Nicholl fourth, Cooper Weston in fifth, Nick Burt in sixth, and David Adams seventh. They are the 7 cars that cross the line at this time. A couple of cars in front of the tavern now. This will be car number 60 of Brett Lewis, I believe. It is Brett Lewis. You can see Nick Burt out the other side of the driveway now, turning left. Brett Lewis started behind the 6138 of Jack Livingston. One of our many side-by-sides, and that isn't Jack Livingston, that's the 646 of Samuel Commons, who has made a couple of passes here and is catching up to Brett Lewis. So Lewis in 60, another one that goes up on top of the turn. What a wheel spin to get it back down into or onto the track. So many of our crews having trouble into that final corner. Sam Collins right up high as well, full drive and the lightweight. Quite easily.
Yeah, Bentley machine coming around now, mate.
Yeah, Hannah Bentley, the next competitor to cross the line and tackle that really challenging left-hand hairpin. Take it nice and easy. Well, I've always said smooth is fast, Lyndon, and that was smooth. And certainly quick. As we look out in the distance now, that is Brett Taylor in car 431. There's your answer.
Are you sure?
I'm quietly confident in this one.
Thanks, yeah. The feedback here, we're trying to do multiple jobs here. We're having great fun doing it too.
You're in 6138 of Jack Livingston, so he's fallen behind Brett Lewis and Samuel Commons. So Samuel Commons doing a great job fighting his way through this field. We'll keep an eye on his progress in the side-by-side. And and Brett Taylor in car 431. They were having a lot of trouble with the slipping conditions yesterday.
Yeah, the trucks allowed to run without their rear guards this weekend. That's why you're not seeing them. Talk about following the
Livingston over the line now. Brett Taylor next to tackle this really tough corner. Catching out a lot of our competitors. What can Brettles do? Nice and smooth for Brett Taylor. What about the competitors in this corner? Catching everyone out now. Brett Taylor has made his way through the field as well. Overtaken quite a few competitors, including Stephen Dennis, who's in front of us right now. He got hard in that turn. Updated times for you as Adrian Gardner makes his way back towards us.
There's the Adrian Gardner electrical special. Luke Ersig's frame brand, Honey Badger. The latest one to come out. Of course, the other one very famously Ben McNamara, Jamaica fame.
Robbie Gatletta makes his way towards us now. Lyndon, the reports coming through that car 663 of Tim Harley is now at the event. Unsure what the drama is, but they're going to get so back.
Oh, that's bad luck. I'm sure they'll be out again soon.
So Robbie Gatletta in car 96 was the fifth and last car to start this heat. He has fought his way right through this field in the pro bus. Robbie Gatletta, of course, when you're having to make these passes, it will slow you down. Not as bad today with the no dust out there on the track. Robbie Gatletta with a very, very good opening lap here for his Loveday 400 campaign. So Swindlehurst is fastest with a 27.10, Forsyth a 27.31 puts him in the second place, and Michael Zacher a 27.54. So they are the top three competitors after one lap of this heat. John Wiss in 10.25 and not too far behind is Jesse Mandrick. Now John Wiss has made the pass on Jesse. John Wiss is making his way into the pits now. So looks like a small issue for the single seat competitor as Jesse Mandrick around the last corner here with Burn. Here comes Jason Knight, the last one to get underway in 4:22. Over the line as well. Struggling around the last corner. Just been confirmed for me, Lyndon. I thought I saw the jack on the rear of Jesse Mandrick's car coming a little bit loose. The recovery's just reported through that, yes, it is looking pretty loose on the back of the 6169 machine.
Could be a bit of a hazard for you following behind. A great bit of driving there. Advertising, you notice that he just slowed deliberately, so we had really enough time to focus on his sponsor, Case. CASE, let's repeat that, Case. So well done there. Great bit of marketing. This is what it's all about. Great to see quite a few off-road contributors up here this weekend. Don't forget Toby Cooper's kicking around the place here. Mr. Frog's Hollow TV himself. He's doing some live footage there from the end of the straight there yesterday. G'day, Toby. What are you coming up to say hello, Toby? Just like the rest of us, all too busy providing the information out there to the unfortunate ones that aren't able to make it here this weekend. Put this on your to-do list for next year, for 2026.
So Jesse Mandrick with a 35.26, Livingston a 34.49. Oh, Rob Knight, next car across the line as well. Lyndon, looks like we've got a delivery, mate. To your left.
You have a pizza. One, Joe. Just kidding.
Oh, they look after us out here. Lyndon, they certainly do.
They look after everybody, mate.
The Super 1650 competitor of Jerry Cook. The beam front end engine.
Oh, that's Volkswagen.
Rolling it back.
Dr. Ferdinand Porsche. Designed this back in the 1920s. Here we are 100 years later, still utilising that technology. Sensational. All the gearboxes are designed on Volkswagen gearbox technology. It looks like Hank Parker's out there. That isn't recovery gone mad. That's Hank Parker for Todd Farming in his Toyota 79 series. Nearly stock as a block. I'll tell you what, the Toyota's catching up on the side by side here.
Well, Eden Evans in 657 actually started behind Norman Parker. So it looks like the side-by-side competitor has passed the production four-wheel drive.
Good old Eden Evans, hey. Trevor Chandler pointing away there for Eden Evans this weekend, the King Chrome Polaris, part of the Simon Evans Motorsports team. We had some entertaining videos there. If you get onto YouTube there, Cam. Look up the Evans clan.
A bit of work going on the single seat of the 1025 John Best in the pits at the moment. It looks like the car is rolling again, so I'm not sure what the drama is, or was. See if he's returned to the track, or he's making his way back right into the pit area. Looks like he's making his way back into that pit area. You see the Super 1650 competitor Jerry Coop over the other side of the driveway now, make that left turn. Well, he's Still await the arrival of Jeff Pickering, Ross Newman, Dave Settle and Jim Shep. Of course, Tim Lally and 663, unfortunate DNF from this event. It looks like Jeff Pickering out in the distance there, winding his way back towards the tavern. Recovery heading over to have a chat to 6138 of Jack Livingston has come to a stop, so I'm sure what the drama is, but Recovery on their way to see what the issue is with the Livingston car. See if they get that car back up and running as Jeff Pickering in 7:02 winds his way back towards us. Of course, a great battle with Norman Parker last year. I believe from my memory. I remember best both of these guys were unable to finish last year, but I can't remember. I do remember Jeff Pickering had an issue and was on the back of the truck quite early. The cleanest race suits in off-road racing here at Loveday this weekend, Levin. The production four-wheel drive crews, quite comfortable inside their machines. Car 613 out of Jack Livingston back underway. I'm sure if there were any big dramas there or not. There's a small issue. They are back underway as we can see the side-by-side sport battle in front of the tavern now as well. There's a little battle between Dave Settle and Ross Newman. Now Dave Settle in 6666 is in front of Ross Newman now, but did start behind, so Settle has fought and passed Ross Newman throughout this first lap. We'll keep an eye on this battle. If Newman can stay within touching distance, not lose too much more time, you never know what's going to happen throughout the rest of the weekend. One flat tyre for Dave Settle, and all of a sudden Ross Newman well in front. If Settle can build a big gap in this class, he'll give himself some breathing room. If he has any dramas out there, it won't be too big of a problem. But I'll tell you what, Lyndon, that'll be a bit of fun out there at the moment for these boys. Both doing battle with each other, the same class, same cars. Looks like Newman's actually catching up to Dave Settle as they both struggle around this final corner. Following without dust, you can learn a lot from the lines that have been used in front of you as Ross Newman throws it in a little bit, and that is the 1027 of Jim Shep, also coming towards us now. Now Jim Shep was, this car was in Luke Ersick's workshop not too long ago, getting a bit of work done. It looks like Jim Shep is making his way back into the pit area. So Jim Shep was the final car to start. We're just waiting for these times to update. So I'm just battling with the technology here at the moment. Race fans, I'll try and get some time for it. Of course, a reminder that Thomas Swindlehurst fastest over lap 1 at 27.10, and Brent Forsyth at 27.31. Michael Zacher was moving well with a 27.54. We'll jump onto the rally safe system here and check out where our leaders are on the track, and they are not far away at all looking at this. In fact, right in front of the tavern, out in the distance, that is the 43 of Brenton Forsyth making his way back towards us right now. Now, of course, Forsyth got underway 30 seconds in front of Luke Ersick, but Ersick pulled up to the side of the track within the first couple of 100 metres. And David Adams having an issue out there on the track early on meant that he had a very large gap. So he's been out there, what it probably feels like, all by himself. You can see down the neighbour straight there, Lyndon, a hard charging Thomas Swinglehurst. He was fastest on lap 1 with Swinglehurst. What can Forsyth do? Because Forsyth is going to be the first car to complete lap 2 of heat 2 of the section. Can he improve his time? A 27.31 for Brett Forsyth on lap 1. You can see out the back there, Ross Newman has passed Dave Settle once again. So these guys having a lot of fun making a pass on each other. So Settle got in front of Newman in the first lap. Now Newman back out in front of Settle as Forsyth crosses the line now to complete the section. That looks like Paul Tuck Lee that's pulled up at the side of the road there in car 996. Might be just giving way for Thomas Swinglehurst to head small drama. Swinglehurst has made the pass and Tuck Lee still sitting there. So it looks like Paul Tuck Lee having some dramas out on the track as the 48 of Thomas Swinglehurst. Super fast through lap 1. Fighting his way through this field and trying to earn his right to take a spot in the top 10 overall. So Thomas Swinglehurst, a very good drive from the 48 crew. Flying through that puddle. Wow! Paul Tuck Lee back underway now in 996. And not too far behind is Michael Zack, who's been pushing hard in car 51. He was the 6th car away. Forsyth and Swinglehurst. Now it's going to be the 3rd car to finish this section. Paul Tuck Lee's going to have to keep an eye on the mirrors here. And Zacca, who's had a really good drive, is not going to want to lose any time here as he tries to fight his way through this field. But I think he's going to have to settle in behind Paul Tuck Lee. They both make their way into the pits. So Paul Tuck Lee into the pits after completing 1 lap. Zacca having finished the section. So Jim Shepard's car 1027 is out of the car. Looks like they're working on the single seater. Of course, he hasn't run this car as a 2-seater before. Here we go, some times for you. Swinglehurst goes faster on his 2nd lap, a 26.38, a total time of 53.49. Forsyth, a total time of 55.03. So Swinglehurst has put in a fantastic result. And that's going to find himself right at the top of the order. When we combine these times, Thomas Swinglehurst could find himself right near the front of the pack.
Hey, you give me Eden Evans' time. Sorry, who's? Get Eden Evans' time up.
He wasn't coming up before, that's why I couldn't do it.
The car's missing down the bottom.
Yeah, I don't have it on my list. Cooper Weston in car 61. Weston was the fourth car away. Doing the fourth car to complete this section or this heat. So time for Michael Zacher, a 55.09. So Forsyth in the second, Zacher in the third, Swinglehurst well and truly the fastest. The 4.30, Damien Nicol. Started well down this order. He's fought his way through the front of this pack with a fantastic drive. His first lap time at 28.40. A really good drive from Damien Nicol, reading the checkered flag, completing the section, and Cooper Weston's overall time of 58.08 in the fourth place. Where can Damien Nicol sit? He was faster than Weston on the lap number one. Damien Nicol, a 56.33, so we now have 5 cars that completed this heat. Thomas Swinglehurst from Brent Forsyth, Michael Zacher, Damien Nicol and Cooper Weston. Now on my systems here I've only got about 15 cars that I can see lap times for, so apologies to all those who are wanting their lap times. I don't have them. So Paul Tutley in 996. Making his way back out on the track now after stopping in the pits for a short amount of time there. Jim Shep, I think might be getting back underway as well. That one
Little bit of rush truck coming back in now. Nick Burt.
We should be seeing Nick Burt very shortly.
He's up. Just on the big U-turn. Straight. Coming back into the playground. I got it right this time. Sorry about the feedback, folks. We're still trying to work out how we do it. But stop it. Nick Burt with his son alongside. As I said before, get out of the bridge campus 4x4, just off Adelaide Road, the Murray Bridge, can't miss it. Bit of a Land Rover enthusiast, I've heard. Shout out to my cousin Gazza Lloyd. Struggling for traction there, the Nick Burt rush truck. that's 2 laps on the belt. Nick Bird.
With a 10.74, David Adams coming in towards us now as well.
The Desert Rat DR1, heavily breathed on by Simon Herman at SPH Engineering.
I've been working on that car for quite a few years now, Living, getting it better and better and better. And I remember when it sort of first came out, it was not handling anywhere near as well as what it does now. They've done a great job working on that car throughout the years.
Luke Ersick, the EC3 machine, back under its own power, making his way back to the pits there, escorted by a recovery. Plenty of movement here at the Loveday Tavern, at the Barossa Volkswagen Loveday 400, round 3 of the Motorsport Australia BF Goodrich Off-Road Championship for 2025. We'll run through some placings for you a little bit later. There'll be a next competitor coming in to see us. Excessive feedback here. Apologies, I'm trying to solve it. I'll just swap microphones here. But Cam Nash won't be very happy when he comes back here and find out something's going wrong. We might swap mics, full stop. This one seems a little bit better. Maybe we're getting a bit of low battery in the other one. This looks like the machine. As I finished on West Line many times. Side by side. Loveday, a huge team with 2 trophy trucks and a side by side down the team. It's excellent. Great to see family races together, stays together. Starting off in the early 90s. Hayden Bentley passed on those genes to his daughter Hannah, and here she is in the 2-wheel drive trophy truck, following quite literally the footsteps or wheel tracks of her father, the 4-wheel drive truck in the earlier heat. A lot of female fans around the planet for Hannah Bentley, the trophy truck. 2 laps for Hannah. The Central Desert Transport Jimco trophy truck. Oh, What a jump. There it is, the Jim Code trophy truck. Being hotly pursued there by the yellow ladder machine. Yellow ladder twins started off at side by sides, cut their teeth. All eager to have a go in their father's buggy. Hopefully see that back on track soon as well done. The yellow letters coming back here.
That's a really good drive from Gadlander too, making his way through the field. Like I said before, it's the fifth to last car to start. He's cut his way through this field. Robbie Gadaletta, 6th fastest in this heat. Correction, 5th fastest in this heat. After 2 laps. Now, one thing that's quite interesting, Lyndon, earlier this morning, a lot of our competitors were faster on their first lap. A lot of these competitors now are going faster on their second lap. So it looks like the track conditions are getting a lot better out there as these cars run over this 40-kilometre circuit a couple of times, which is going to make it very interesting to see where they settle into the order, because it could benefit this heat. Having gone second, they're getting some faster lap times than our first heat runners.
Yeah, the track will be drying out, but it's also, the ruts will be getting deeper. It's going to get a little bit, as you can see, a lot of the cars being stuck in these deeper ruts as they dry, the edges become harder. And as their motorcycle competitors will tell you, they don't like these square edges. They tend to grab your tyre and force you in a direction that you're not entirely willing to go in. So it can be quite a challenge to slow down enough speed to create a new way to go. So that's part of the skills you learn here in off-road racing. You might spend a bit of time going to the car across, for instance. I spent the whole time on track with maybe 10 minutes for a weekend. Well, 10 minutes a year is basically your program. So you do a whole season in one race weekend here. So when you consider those costs, it becomes actually quite cost effective going out and racing off-road racing. The skills passed on to your multiple generations is unreal. As I said before, you need these skills to compete in the greatest race of all out there on the public roads. It's only getting worse and worse is that we're finding a lot of the manufacturers' cars aren't to the normal quality that they used to be in terms of being able to handle dirt road events. So you find more people going sort of side-by-side route. And the fact that we've got so many manufacturers in the side-by-sides now is fantastic. Just ring up and call for a part. A lot easier than trying to ring up Bob Strawbridge and say, hey, I want some new front arms for my buggy. Bob, how long will that take? You ring up these side-by-sides and they'll give you the time. So, oh, that'll be in your letterbox next week. No troubles at all.
Well, that is the beauty of mass-produced race vehicles as well. Of course, it doesn't require too much work for your racing. The roll cage upgraded, some race seats, some harnesses, and go racing in the side-by-side category. Of course, another category that's probably one of the easiest, I believe, or one of the cheapest to get into at the moment would be production four-wheel drive, which we've got 2 of them out there this weekend as well.
Correct, Class 7. Hank Parker looking like he's driving around a recovery vehicle, but I bet you lots of the recovery vehicle guys in their Toyotas have got a wry smile as it goes past. thinking, yeah, I'd like to do that. We can. We're not going to stop you. We welcome you to come along here and modify your rig at home. You spend a lot of money putting some really good gear on these machines, and wouldn't take a lot more to put a roll cage in and some safety equipment. You can take it racing if you can.
Absolutely. Certainly a good way to get into the sport or going into a big car. You see a lot of guys that decide that buying a top level car is the way to go straight away, and it doesn't often work out for you. Better off starting in a smaller car and working your way up.
I think a great example of that, if anyone that has the simulator at home, the PlayStation, and have a go on the GT series, and if you set that with all the standard settings, you'll find it very difficult to just jump in and race a Formula 1 car. You just spin, you crash, you're out. And the reality is that a lot of people will tell you to start from a buggy perspective, say in Class 2 these days. You still have a Class 3 up to 1350cc machines if you want to go that route, but they're all two-wheel drive. Some are two, some are single-seaters, but gives you probably recommend a two-seater to start with, because it's always great to have a second pair of eyes to keep an eye on things on the track as you learn as we progress. But definitely benefits in going in and finding an off-road car. It's manufactured, like you said there, just winging someone up, getting a part, putting it on. So a lot of people or tradies have got a full set of tools, so they buy side by side, just serves in the shed at home, put it in the shed for storage, because the houses, the eaves are touching these days in the new buildings, so not many sheds like there used to be. So still available to a lot of people, just a bit of extra room. Take it in the trailer, put it in the driveway, work it on, put it back. All good, extra shed. Especially in closed trailer, of course.
I didn't want to get too excited about it before. I thought Thomas Swinglehurst was going to find his way up the order, and I've got combined times here now. Thomas Swinglehurst, second fastest of all of our competitors this morning. So your fastest competitor, Boston Morgan Horan, with a 53.13. Thomas Swinglehurst, a 53.49, and Travis Robinson in third, a 54.26. But Brendan Forsyth has found himself in fourth, with Michael Zacker in fifth. So that pushes Lachlan Bailey into sixth, and John Towers down into seventh place. And another big beneficiary of going out to that second heat was Damien Nicol, who now finds himself in eighth place, pushes Glenn Ackroyd and Todd Lehman down. So these competitors that went out in this second heat had a massive benefit and have managed to find their way into the top 10 on the overall standings. And the conditions are only going to get better from here, so that could be a big, massive boost for them, having to take part in this heat on right now instead of this morning's heat when the conditions were worse.
I'm sure the Swinglehurst would like to thank Lucas Pawpaw for their contribution. Family business there. But there's three. We've got two pro buggies and side by side for Kate.
Yeah, of course, only the one Swinglehurst entry this weekend.
Coincidentally, both pro buggies rolled almost in the identical spot out here in the hoops behind the tavern. Separate years as well. So these brothers definitely follow in each other's footsteps, mate. You roll here, I'll roll here too. Something like those lines, I'm sure.
Oh, it's been said many a times, there's two types of off-roaders, those that have rolled and those that will roll.
Spot on, mate. Guilty. I've been over it a couple of times. Not badly, thankfully. So that's the old mild steel tubing days where you get the angle grinder out, cut out that tube, put something in this wall. There you go again. Of course, why is that? Scorpion buggies. And if you know Keith Hall Scorpion buggies, yeah, they were built out of exhaust tube. The lightest thing, I could lift my two-seater frame by myself, no power lifter. So when you went over in one of those cars, you made sure it was gentle, otherwise you might have squashed yourself. Just many people remember Milburn, Brad Milburn, Milburn's Hill out there, the old Wakery 100-kilometre course track. 100-kilometre lap track, I should say. Yes, that was the Scorpion. Okay, so have a look at that in the off-road annuals back in the early 80s. And you'll see Milburn and happily named Milburn's Hill is still there. The track is just at the tip of the old Enduro road track. So many ghosts running around there at night time.
Well, coming over to complete this lap, the 655 of Rob Knight.
Easy Times Brewery sponsoring that side by side. Three more competitors coming back. Four, actually. Is the Adventure Park? Well, there's five now, I can see.
This is like the 6169 of Jesse Mandrick. Now we did have a couple of cars out there that did stop for an incident, just to make sure everyone was okay. And one of those cars was the 1055 of Adrian Gardner. So Adrian Gardner, who started up the order, is now down the order, but I believe that is just due to so there's the jack on the back of Jesse Mann, certainly loose, bouncing around all over the place. Jerry Coop's done a very good job as well in 296. And Gardner over the line, and of course, with him stopping for an incident out there, he will get some time back. I wonder how long he stopped for with Jerry Coop over the line as well. It was very low in the front, that Super 1650 there, Lee.
Yeah, ride height difference people's need. The mud can make down a car, make it a little bit lower.
And 6138 over the line as well. And I believe Jack Livingston was the other car that stopped to render a bit of assistance for an incident out there on the track. So both Livingston and Gardner fell down the order from where they would normally be. And they'll receive some time back, some compassionate time. Of course, any incident out on the track, the next two competitors are required to stop and just make sure that the crew are okay.
And we carry big OK signs to put on the back of the car to let other competitors know if you can't move the car out of the way, everything's good. But the fact that we do so many kilometres here and can be so isolated, the track at certain places, means that our competing crews become recovery crews. First responders as Eden Evans comes through, who in a King Chrome side by side with Polaris.
And Jason Marks in 422. It was our last truck to take to the track. Because it looks like this track is coming to our competitors a little bit more, and certainly the bonnet on that car is getting a little bit looser. It was reasonably loose on the end of the first lap. It looks like it's starting to move around quite a bit. So we'll see if they return to the track this afternoon with a bonnet on the car or not. They might just take the panels off. Of course, as Lyndon was saying before, the trucks have been allowed to start the weekend without the rear guards. And it's not an uncommon sight to see a truck at the end of the weekend with no guards at all, maybe a roof if they're lucky, just to keep the roof number on there. was the with Brett Comiskey last year that had the 4-3-4, and there was no guards on that car by the end of the weekend. And Norman Parker now in 7:01 back in towards us.
Pretty sure our only diesel competitor this weekend.
We don't see too many diesel off-road race cars out there. A lot of our competitors go in the petrol option.
Bring back in, guess. Well done to the Todd Farming 280.
Oh, it's a very easy class to get into, as we were saying before. Grab your four-wheel drive. Maybe you've got one in the back paddock that you've been meaning to get back on the road. Why don't you put a roll cage in it instead? You can join the field here next year's Loveday 400. Of course, it would be a very cool thing to actually see about 5 or 6 Class 7s, production full drives, doing battle out there. Having as much fun as what Ross Newman and Dave Settle were having at the end of their first lap in the side-by-side sport class. Making a couple of passes on each other throughout the lap. Alrighty, so the tablet is on charge, so I don't have access to the live timing right now. We've got to charge it up for today's afternoon section, but just been handed a hard copy of this as it stands. And of course, Thomas Swinglehurst fastest, and we move down the order. Brett Taylor had a pretty good result into 7th place. Nick Bird in 8th, Samuel Commons 9th, Hannah Bentley in 10th. David Adams in 11th place after having an issue early on with Brett Lewis in 12th. Rob Knight in 13th with Jason Marks 14th. Jerry Coop in 15th, that's a very good drive from the Super 1650 competitor. With Eden Evans in 16th. Adrian Gardner 17th place, but of course we are expecting the potential compassionate time. I'll wait for that to be confirmed. Jesse Mandrick with a total time of 1 hour 13:54. Norman Parker, 1 hour 14:27. And Jack Livingston, another competitor that I do believe stopped to render assistance out there, with a 1 hour 17:40. So we still have a few cars unaccounted for their second lap. Stephen Dennis, I did see him getting towed in the other side of the pits there. We know that John Wiss was in the pits earlier. Of course, Dave Settle and Ross Newman were doing battle out there earlier on today. Jim Shett was in the pits for a while and returned to the track. And Jeff Pickering in 7:02, who we can actually see out in the distance, as well as Dave Settle in 6:666. So it looks to me like Dave Settle, who was the second to last car to take off, has made the pass on Jeff Pickering throughout this heat. And not sure where Ross Newman is. There he is, not too far behind Jeff Pickering. There's the second of the side-by-side sports. So So Dave Settle, 6666. The fastest of the side-by-side sports throughout this heat. Dave settled across the line, and we might be witnessing a pass coming up here soon, Lyndon, with Ross Newman catching up to Jeff Pickering. Now, of course, Ross Newman was the third to last car away, and Jeff Pickering started 2 spots in front of him. Ross Newman has closed in the gap to the back of the production 4-wheel drive competitor. Makes the pass into the final corner of this section for these 2 competitors. So Jim Shep out of the car working on the machine. So it sounds like Jim Shep won't be able to restart. He'll be running out of late time. Of course, these crews have a certain amount of time they have to complete these laps in. Otherwise, we could be here for a very, very, very long time, and we wouldn't have time to kick off Section 2, Heat A, which will be starting at 12:10. And of course, the event leader after Section 1, Boston Morgan Horner, will be the first car away, followed by Travis Robinson in 8:13 and Lachlan Bailey in 6:22. So a couple of trucks to kick us off, and then the side-by-side competitor of Lachlan Bailey, the third car away. John Towers, winner of your prologue, will start fourth, with Glenn Ackroyd starting out of fifth. Todd Lehman will be starting in sixth place, with Royden Bailey in seventh, Josh Wilson in eighth, 8:47, Brent Smoothie in ninth, and Bo Robinson in 4:13 with the 10th car away for this next heat. A reminder, that heat will begin at 12:10. So plenty of time to grab yourself some food from the numerous catering options we've got here this weekend. Grab yourself some food and drink and settle in, because we get to go racing once again for Section 2 this afternoon.
competitors for the first week warming up their gearboxes and drive lines. Must have nice warm motors, everybody knows. Give it heaps out there on the road. These gearboxes, besides being very expensive, but tough as nails when they require to be up to work to operate correctly. All the internal clutch work, all that just requires a slight everything to work. Rotating very slowly, walking pace, just above this system. So we're looking at a 12:10 start time at the moment. Everything we say up here is provisional, can be changed. Smoking is illegal in the pits.
Well, it's quite a heavy one, mate, as well.
Equally just a top up, just having a bit of an overflow, might be fitting with exhaust, there's a whole lot of different ways that people operate the machinery, adjust the tuner. Very interestingly was the Boston Byron Horror warming up his brakes. I thought that was one thing he doesn't really do a lot of out there. Brakes, going that fast. The big black motorsports, beautifully prepared car, every time you see this looks pretty much, has just collected a tyre.
And he did that on live. Well done. So not only testing his brakes, now we know why he was testing his brakes. All of a sudden, we're warming up the gearbox, bit of resistance there, Cam. I'm not entirely sure of that manoeuvre. But obviously he didn't think it was meant to be there, so people in the Loveday Tavern, there's a earth-moving tile that he's just pushed to the front of his car. No penalty for that, just a giggles. There we go, he comes over and says, everything okay? All right. Started doing a great job once again. He says, no, I'm just hanging around, mate, having a bit of a laugh.
I believe we're about 10 minutes away from the start for this next heat.
For their final line up here for the next heat. start over there. Well, looks like Brett Kaminsky's fixed the Brentford all drive trophy truck. He's back out warming up. Great to see. Beauty of the Loveday event, you were able to get back with the crew. Have a bit of time between hits to fix up a box so you can continue to race and enjoy yourself the whole weekend. And like other races where that's it, where you get the problem and you pull out and you have the late time to come back. Complete your other laps. Whereas this one here, they give you every opportunity to come out and restart as coming back into the arena very slowly is the single-seater Mudgee Cranes machine. Paul Tuckley had a yabba with him a couple of years ago, and he was just then running here so he could run the Fink flying years. He did and enjoyed. Motorsport Australia, Australian Championship system, you have to do a couple of the races before they'll let you go and do the long Fink. Val Gardner, official time up down there. How long we got to go, Val? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I reckon we'll have our Mudgee Cranes machine over the finish line in 5 minutes. No troubles at all. Slow as Paul Tuckley's ever been in this car, I think, to complete a lap, but never say die, never give in. Points in the bag for a championship, right there. As I said, now his crew got a chance to fix up the car. Might be something simple, you never know. The rest of our competitors all keen, lining up, circling each other. Fast cars on the start line, eagerly awaiting to go. And so excellent timing team getting out on top of everything this weekend. Done a great job. Look, are you getting your delivery right now? Okay, here we go. 3 laps for this one. Catch. 3 continuous laps. Stop in your own time. 40 kilometres a lap. Do a few donuts. 3 minutes. I think that was a 3.
No, it wasn't a 3, so there's not much time left to get yourself some food, get a drink, and get on the fence here because the fastest competitors from yesterday's prologue are going to come out to play once more. And look down there, that's a cool looking image that. Couple of trucks there, a few pro buggies. That is a very cool look. I'll tell you what, I reckon that Robinson truck might have had a wash. Very clean looking truck.
Well, Bosty looks pretty clean too in the 489 Geyser Brothers twin turbocharged trophy truck. Very clean. Or perhaps that's just that gold wrap. Is that slippery? A lot of us used to go to Sea Lake with the incredible amount of salt there and bathe the cars in CRC, RP7 before we went out. 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to start time. Used to be great advertisement there for penetrant. Quite dry on the car, but basically there's Jodie Waitley and Cindy Carthew throw off the uniform. They've been running to work behind the Loveday Tavern and now out in their Can-Am Maverick car. It's down here below, that's her tent, we can see there. Number 621. Bowgar on the start line, he's looking up to us, letting us know those big engines are about to roar.
Oh, you get excited now, Lyndon. Get excited now. Hungry pack of off-roaders, ready to do battle once again. 3 laps on the agenda for all our competitors with a 1 minute signal now. And Boston Morgan Horan's going to be the first car to take to the track for Section 2, Heat 1 here at the Loveday 400 2025. 30 seconds later, Travis Robinson is scheduled to take to the track. I can't see Travis down there in the lineup. Can you see Travis down there in the lineup with him?
Over the back here, yeah. Over towards the front end loader. So I reckon that's him over there.
Well, it looks like we're just getting held up here on the start, maybe. Is almost over for all of our competitors. Here comes one of the Robinson trucks at the moment. Alright, so looks like we are good to go.
Yeah, they do look very clean. Just over the back here there is a gold wash.
We see Travis Robinson, he's making his way up the line quite quickly because he's scheduled to start second, but he's quite a long way away from the line up here. He needs to get up here nice and quick. Boston Morgan Horan's about to get underway in 489. Fastest from Section 1. The Extreme Two-Wheel Drive truck was super fast on both laps this morning. He's got 3 more laps of this Loveday 400 track to complete today as Travis Robinson has made his way into the lineup in the very last minute. That nervous wait to go racing for all of our competitors, almost over. Boston Morgan from the Loveday 400.
Absolutely launches off that first jump. He's got the most speed in a truck over there for sure. It's the old turbos doing the trick.
Well, keep an eye on this one because Travis Robinson is going to want to try and chase down the 2-wheel drive truck, and this 4-wheel drive machine proved it was faithful at the big race earlier this year.
Yeah, it looks like there's just a lot of steam coming off the back of that car after they've washed it.
Alright, next car on the line, the 622 of Lachlan Bailey.
Oh, isn't he your cat amongst the pigeons, or what's the other way around there? But either way, great competitor and I like him here.
Any small dramas from our top few competitors, and Lachlan Bailey will be there to take that top spot if you don't keep him at bay.
Oh, he's been having some great runs there, and the new machine had 1 DNF for sorting mechanical issues, got a good run there at Carey. So very fast for Can-Am Maverick.
The next car away will be your prologue winner from yesterday. It's 127 of John Towers. This morning, of course, a few of our truck competitors and our pro buggy competitors putting in some really quick times. I mean, the John Towers has fallen down the order a little bit. The second of our side-by-sides underway from the feet will be car 3 of Glenn Ackroyd, as we can see. Boston Morgan Horan out the other side of the driveway now. work his way around turn 1. Here's one to really keep an eye on. Todd Lever, 6. He is super quick. He's proven that time and time again, and he was very fast earlier today. Todd Lever is going to try and make his way through this field with this. See, as this track gets better and better, these buggies, well, these pro buggies have been performing quite well, especially in that last heat we had not long ago. Well, here's a competitor that was in it for a chance to win last year. This is the 52 of Royden Bailey. One of our competitors that didn't take part in the prologue, had a really good off the 40-kilometre track. And making a trio of pro buggies to leave the line. Next car away with the 73 of Josh Wilson. The red drive to Wilson, I believe. Another one of our trucks to get underway here. Brent Smoothie in 40. One of our four-wheel drive competitors. What can Brent Smoothie achieve today? 30 seconds after Smoothie, we have the 413 of Bo Robinson. Struggled a little bit with the super condition. Have to keep a really close eye on these times. All of these competitors will get faster towards the end of that last heat. And with track conditions getting better and better and better, these times are going to come down. Next car away with the 635 of Jackson Evans. One of our side-by-side competitors here this weekend. An ex-side-by-side competitor now, James Cook in car 10. He was super fast in that side-by-side. That this buggy for a while now. He's been getting quicker and quicker, of course, as we've been saying throughout the weekend. Positive result in the pro buggy here. And you can hear that screaming truck over the back there. That might be Brent Smoothie. The other side, it is Brent Smoothie, the other side of the pits. Next car on the line, the 657 of Kane Jones. Next car on the line, car 92 of West Cowie. Had an issue out here in front of the tavern on his first lap today. We're looking to make up some time here inside his way back. Makes to the track here once we have the Loveday for 100. So Cowie around turn 1, heads to the back of the tap. Next car on the line, the 651 of Brett Campbell. Now the Campbells raced at Waverley a few weeks ago. Lockie Campbell was behind the wheel. This weekend, Greg behind the wheel of the side-by-side. Now here's a truck that I want to keep an eye on the time for the 4:21 of Toby Waitley. He wasn't able to start earlier today. The truck is back up and running, and he's going to try and fight his way through this field. He certainly knows the track around here, so look for him to put in some very good lap times. Toby Waitley underway at 4:21. Another truck to get section 2 underway, the 479 of Nick Commons. Of course, Nick Commons had some issues earlier today. Looks like he's pulling straight off the side of the track and back into the pits here. Not sure if that's what the go is with the Nick Commons track, but anyway, Nick Commons back in the pits. Hayden Bentley on the right now on 818. On a four-wheel drive truck here in 2010. Bentley around turn 1, we turn our attention to the 639 of Jamie Harrison. The first of the 3 side-by-sides about to get underway here. We'll try and chase down the 818. A massive group of side-by-sides racing here at Loveday. You can see Toby over the back there. But it looks like Jamie Harrison won't be starting. It'll be the 638 of Ashley Foote. Not sure what the situation. We do have a side-by-side back there. Underway. You can see the hard-charging 421 truck over the other side of the driveway here. Next on the line, the 626 of Daniel Challen. A very strong prologue yesterday. Of course, our side-by-sides making the most of having four-wheel drive. It's got 3 more laps to go of the Loveday 400 for Saturday's run in 2025. The next car scheduled to start the second West Line entry, the 467 of Andrew Commons. Our competitor that struggled with the super conditions earlier today, Jared Purcell in car 2. These conditions are getting better. Watch out for Jared Purcell. It's one of these pro-league competitors who is fast. He will try that number 2 plate on the car, proving he is quick. Another one of our competitors who had some issues earlier today, the 834 Brett Comiskey with the next car away. With the final 4-wheel drive truck to take the track in this heat. The next car scheduled to start was the 624 Jake Williams, but it looks like it's going to be the 6170 of Anthony Harris, which means there'll be a minute gap between Brett Comiskey and Anthony Harris. See one of our side-by-sides over the other side of the driveway there, a couple of our side-by-sides. here, a couple of the trucks as well. Beautiful sound of off-road racing here at the Loveday 400 there in the house. Thanks to the track in 6170. Again, the next car scheduled to start 6119 of Michael Lesky. There he is on the line now. I did see a side-by-side contender make their way back into the pitch, but Michael Lesky on the line. See if they can chase down Anthony Harris. Next to the track now. So we're down to 2 cars left on the scheduled start list. Of course, a few of them have made their way into the pits. But Jody Waitley, the next car away in car 621. A couple of side-by-sides ahead of her on the start list. As this track gets better and better. Which brings us up to our final car to start here for Heat 1 of Section 2. It's car 85 of Nick Hicks. Now Nick Hicks did make his way into the pits earlier today and spent quite a while there fixing the element buggy. They got back out on the track to complete the section, and we'll be looking for a much stronger Section 2 here. There you go, all of our cars now are underway here for Section 2, Heat 1.
Those Kerosene racing sound like NASCARs at the back there, and the insane super jump in the distance. We can see just a bit of an orange flat area. That's basically where it's been formed. If you want to see what it looks like live, get onto my Facebook page and you'll see the advert and a reel last year or so with all the still pictures at the very end. You'll see Toby Waitley launching himself off the insane super jump as well. Around the pitch there, Cam. Still thinking about these early canyons. It's only got 2 pedals. Go and whoa! Sitting in the drive and just concentrating on learning all of the skills. No way to get into the sport, very experienced. And then you're starting to slower outright speed classes. Well, these can-ams, it's about 150, 160 if you're up. I'll get to some of these pros and trophy trucks there well into the 200 and something kilometre hour range. I still remember this city doing that in this control. Some of the fastest times out here in the back straight to the old Enduro road, all of the 3 Boy Mission. The other properties have made up the Enduro track 100 kilometres away. And the old local police come down and test their radar, calibrate. So many in the, that was where Liz City made up a lot of time. The 5th gear option fully worked out. The safe place to do those type of speeds. Don't do it on the road. Watch those limits. There's too many of the happy snappers out there that want to delve into your wallet, take out all your cash. Now what do you get for it? So many of these fines are just so itchy. So either way, we still condone safety on the open public roads. Where all our boys and girls in blue are looking after us, because you might get angry if they give you the car time, but when you need help and assist, you few years as a Saturday night, Friday night taxi driver through the Adelaide Hills. Got to meet a whole lot of police, and whenever I needed them, they would come over and I would assist them with taking home a drunk person that they'd throw out of a pub, getting a taxi and then calm down for any way home, buddy. And a couple of people were very boisterous and didn't want to pay, so I just go straight to the policeman. I didn't do anything, they'd all come out, swing out the taxi and look after us. This is before Uber. Not a real taxi. There we go. Late start of the side-by-side class here. We missing someone?
Just behind Hayden Bentley.
6:39. Oh, I can hear some screaming truck trucks behind us. Making their way around. Spectacular.
Food options available. Make sure you keep yourself fed throughout the weekend. Make yourself some food and drink. And we are, of course, plugged into recovery radio. There's a little bit of chatter, but nothing too crazy going on. Of course, thank you to all of our recovery crews out there doing a fantastic job. All of our officials keeping the event running nice and smoothly this weekend. Of course, we couldn't do it without these guys and girls doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, we're all doing a fantastic job. We're getting a bit of trolling there on the internet. Someone saying that Motorsport Australia getting their behind kicked by the live coverage from Wakeley the other day. Well, I'm not surprised actually. We're not actually gone into any type of full live coverage here. You want to know, this is my phone that's covering this today. We're trying to keep costs down there for the Loveday 400. So, as I used to say many years ago, any vision's better than nothing. So we're trying our best effort just to keep things a little bit easier. There's a lot of vision that will come in afterwards. We've got a lot of top videographers and photographers out on track at the moment. I'm sure we'll publish a lot of really good
stuff here, but I didn't know I was in live competition. And I'm saying, well, I've got a commentator from Wakey right next to me, and he's doing a great job. We just had to get him to erase his AASA tattoo on his top shoulder and put a Motorsport Australia one back on, but otherwise than that, there was no pain, is there, Ken?
Oh no, I don't care where the race is, it's off-roading. As if there's an off-road race on, I don't mind what's going on. I just watch the race.
Exactly, and that's the right attitude to have. This Ford and old rivalry is tongue-in-cheek when you think about it. Two American companies, one trying to be Australian, the other one trying to be Ford, but the reality is it was both American companies. It never was an Australian company for a long, long time, Holden, unfortunately, so now it's Chev versus Ford, but there seems to be that type of rivalry out there, doesn't there? It's always good fun.
Well, it looks like we've got the first of our trucks coming back in towards us now. That looks like Boston Morgan Horan in 489. What a morning he put together. He made his way up the order. He started about 6th place earlier today. Here's another sounder. Sounds like the Trav Robinson machine. 813.
He has that truck wound up.
And this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on, Lyndon, because this track is coming into both these truck wheelhouses now. Robinson did a great job this morning with the four-wheel drive. But Boston Morgan Horan was super fast, and now with less cars to overtake, let's see what Trav Robinson can put together on the times.
Turbos spooling there, absolutely. You can see Travis Robinson there in the background, and he has turned the wick up on this truck. Getting some traction after the first heat, you can see the difference. The drive here, absolutely awesome.
Well, I've got a lap time for you, Lyndon, and it is a cracking time at 25.06 for Boston Morgan Horan. And that track is getting a heap better for our competitors as Trav Robinson in 813. Overall as well, the four-wheel drive track time. What lap time for Trav? A 25.06.97. So Boston Morgan Horan at 25.06.11 and Trav at 25.06.97. There's nothing in it after the first lap.
Is that on there, Dan? Yes, yes.
There'll be quite a gap here, Lyndon, between our top two competitors, and the third car away was Lachlan Bailey in 622. And that looks like John Towers down the straight there on the right hand side of the property.
Yeah, I think the outright speed of these trucks is probably overwhelming Lockie Bailey in the side by side. So they're sort of not a restricted top speed, but they just don't have the gear to match these trucks and make it fully round up.
We'll just have a look at the speed of that truck out there at the moment. We know he's fast, he's proven that time and time again. At the moment, you can just see very light dust just starting to form out there. Nothing that's going to affect our competitors. But throughout the weekend, if we don't get any more rain, Knows how much dust we might actually see here at the Loveday 400.
Absolutely pushing the limits of that engine there. It's a Carrison race engine, I'm not entirely sure. Coming back in front of us here now, it's John Towers' buggy.
Yeah, so it looks like John Towers has made the pass on Lachlan Bailey in 6.22. I'll have to confirm whether Lachlan Bailey's had an issue or that might be him out there right in front of us now, actually. You can also see the green lights of Todd Lehman coming in towards us. So, John Towers, the only pro-log competitor this weekend, the winner of your pro-log. Made the pass on Lachlan Bailey. Of course, as this track gets better, those two-wheel drive buggies will be getting quicker and quicker, and I think John Towers and Tom Lehman have proven it well. Lehman has also made the pass on Glenn Ackroyd. We'll be lining up the pass on Lockie Bailey throughout this next lap. So the buggies starting to come into their own now here at the Loveday 400 as we get closer to the end of day 2 of racing here. So Bailey up on the third. Lap times coming for you. Toddy Lehman. Right up there. Here's the Loveday 400 of day 2. Todd Lehman with a 26.38, John Towers a 27.11. So Todd Lehman pushing very hard, but Boston Morgan Horan and Trav Robinson a lot faster than the rest of our competitors. Glenn Ackroyd over the line now in car 3. Ackroyd with a 27.39. Royden Bailey in car 52. Always been fast. Where does he find himself on the order? 4th at 26.57. The seven's in behind Toddy Lehman, Trav Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan. Here's some lap times we certainly need to keep an eye on coming to you right now. Bo Robinson in 4.13 and of course Josh Wilson in 73. And Josh Wilson started 1 minute in front of Bo Robinson. So Brent Smoothie coming into the front right now. They started to so Bo Robinson has made the pass on Brent Smoothie. During lap 2, Smoothie falling back behind Bo. Bo Robinson, a 26.23, third fastest of the cars to complete lap number 1. Smoothie across the line now as well. So there's about 10 cars that have completed the first lap here of this section. Now, of course, this order is section 2, heat 1 only at the moment. So Boston Morgan Horan from Travis Robinson, from Bo Robinson and Toddy Lehman in 4th. Just waiting for a time for Brent Smoothie to come up, but I reckon that this will be car number 10 of James Cook. Red Smoothie, a 27.17. 8 of the 10 cars to complete the first lap. Where does James Cook find himself? Find himself right on top of the turn. James Cook, a 27.05. 7th overall. Wes Howie, now this Tom Morris keep an eye on because he was super fast in the prologue yesterday. He had an issue during lap 1 this morning which pushed him right down the order, but he would have been right near the front if he was able to keep this car running. Now Wes Howie's going to cross the line. We'll get an indication of how fast this car truly is here at the Loveday 400 for 2025. Wes Cowie, 5th fastest, a 26.51. So Boston Morgan Horan with a 25.06, Brad Robinson with a 25.06, and then Bo Robinson with a 26.23. That is a massive gap back to 3rd place. Another fellow side-by-side competitor. Now Kane Jones started 1 minute behind Jackson Evans, so it looks like Kane Jones having a very good coaching lap here off this section, trying to chase down his fellow side-by-side competitor. One tough thing about the sport, Lyndon, is of course, you see your fellow competitor in your class not too far ahead of you. So lap times, a 28.55 for Kane Jones, a 29.35 for Jackson Evans. The 40-second gain Kane Jones has made on Jackson Evans throughout this section. Hayden Bentley, 8.18.
Exhaust there, drawing a little bit of air. You can hear it exploding, some unburnt fuel as well. So Hayden not running as fast as what he'd want to be, I'd say.
Hayden Bentley. Bentley, a former Fink winner.
Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah, 2-time Fink winner and 2 different cars. Not this truck. This truck hasn't seen the top step of Fink with Hayden. There's a side-by-side bang out the back. Side-by-side back into our view as well. This is Greg Campbell with 6.51. I think Jackson Evans over the other side of the driveway. You can hear the screaming 6.57 of Kane Jones, not too far behind him as well. So that's one I want to keep an eye on throughout today, Lyndon. Kane Jones trying to chase down Jackson Evans.
Great little battle, really. So many good battles up and down the field here today at the Loveday 400 off-road race. Thanks for Ross Volkswagen. Yeah, Goodrich Tyres, of course, the Australian Championship sponsor. In a whole heap of trucks, here comes Toby Wakely too, the rush truck. You can hear this motor screaming in front of him here.
Before we see Toby, I reckon we've got to see the West Line truck.
Indeed it is.
Thomas. Not too far behind Rick Misty. But in between the two, Jared Percival in car 2. And Jared Percival started in front of Brett Comiskey by 30 seconds. So Comiskey chasing down car 2. And both of them are chasing down Andrew Commons.
It's a trophy truck, so.
Going to want to make the pass on Andrew Commons in this lap. Percival will know that there's a half charge in four-wheel drive truck. Right up behind him now in the final corner. Looks like Percival's just going to pull up to the side of the road. Great work by the navigator for this weekend. I reckon, I believe that's Matt Galash in the car with him. It is Matthew Galash.
Yep.
Navigating for Jared Percival, but it looks like Comiskey's got off the end of the road and Percival's gone back past him again. He has. I'll tell you what though, if Matt Galash doing a great job navigating, keeping an eye on the mirrors, he'll know that Comiskey's going to be not far behind him. They'll probably let him through again. We'll keep an eye on that and see what happens over the other side of the driveway here.
He'll be doing double duties there. He's in a motocross himself, and he's listed down as being living in Canberra at the moment. The ACT. And over here, navigating for his dad, a 60 Southern Cross.
I reckon that'll be the crowd of Ashley Foot. Too far behind. That looks like the 626 of Daniel Challen.
You're doing better than me at picking them up. I'm picking all the wrong ones this weekend. This is good. Where's a little bubble on top of the cars as they're coming towards us to tell us who they are? I'd love to see that technology. Work into the transponder. Is it rolling safe? As Ashley Foot goes past. Here's Maverick Garner. Thanks to Ark, mate.
So Ashley Foot started 30 seconds behind Daniel Challen. Has made up the time. He's going to try and make a pass here in the next couple of laps here with the Loveday 400. He can keep chasing down Ashley Foot. Here's another car we need to keep an eye on the times for, and that's the 85 of Nick Hicks. Got some lap times for you.
Yeah, looks like Comiskey's got past Percival again as they go past the back of the pits.
Yeah, absolutely he has. Percival probably pulled over the side of the road again after Comiskey a little bit too far at the end there, so Nick Hicks over the line. Car 85, and he'll be able to continue for another lap here without having to make a stop into the pits. Maybe for the crew of car 85. So Comiskey with a 27.09. Percival at 27.34. Ashley Foot with a 30.43. We've got a lot of cars here that, on correct time, are well and truly out of order compared to their road time. Now, of course, off-road racing is on time, it's not on track position. So you could start last, you could finish on the road maybe 20th. You could still win the race if you're the fastest from your start time through to your finish time. And I reckon that might be the rush truck of Whately out in front of us now.
Well, I'm not record, so I thought this. You're quite right. Is he in the right order?
Yeah, it's about his time to come through now. He was behind Brett Campbell and Wes Cowes, who actually might have got a little bit of time here. Talking about the issue earlier on in the lap. He's fallen behind Ashley Foote, Jamie Harrison, David Bentley, and Nick Commons, Daniel Challen, Andrew Commons as well. Yeah, he's fallen down the order quite a way here, unfortunately, David.
Yeah, that's some torque converter issues apparently.
I thought I saw him come down the Naylor straight earlier on, so I must have been having an issue just in front of the tavern here. Back underway now at a race pace, which is always good to see.
Oh, definitely the showman, Toby. Lots of fans here, of course, at the Loveday 4x4 park. Massive jump there.
Gonna roll. You have to find reverse here. Now another one of our competitors get caught out on this hairpin.
Not the tyres. Guess who's cleaning up that tyre stack up? Like I said, pure entertainment that was. He knew what he was doing the whole time. Spent a bit more time on the live screen. That's what it was.
Oh, look, he's certainly not the first competitor to get caught out on that corner today, that's for sure. A lot of the trucks have been struggling around that last hairpin with the slippery conditions. We've got a time for Toby Whaley. I know he's had some dramas out there on the track, which is quite a little update. Here's the 6170 of Anthony Harris.
So getting a lot of rebound with those sprints. Those shocks are a little bit warm, I'd say.
So Toby Whaley a 35.45, Anthony Harris a 32.25. Here comes the 621 of Jody Whaley now. Started behind Michael Leslie. What's Michael Leslie? Is that Michael Leslie right in front of us now, Lyndon?
That is.
It is indeed. So Jody Whaley has made the pass on Michael Leslie throughout that lap. Jody Whaley at the Loveday 400. Have a look at the left-hand side and see that Michael Leslie still making his way around this track. And that is, I want to say, most of the cars back through to complete their first lap. Of course, could be a few issues out there. We know there's been a couple of cars that are off to the side of the track to do a couple of repairs. We know that, should remember that Jamie Harrison started after as well, so that could be Jamie Harrison heading down that straight down there on the neighbour's fence line at the moment. Started a little while behind Whaley. but I'm listening to recovery radio. There's not a lot going on at the moment.
Well, that's a good thing is that all the races are still racing. That's what it's all about.
It is a very, very good thing, of course. Recovery doing a great job when they are required, though.
Yeah, done that job too. Bit of fun. Actually recovered a Holden Commodore 4-door sedan there out of Wanaka. It was all I had to do all day. And the old Chevy Blazer. Still in my backyard. One day I'll fix it.
Got the 639 of Jamie Harrison. Well, did start behind him. You can see out in the distance there is the 489 of Boston Morgan Horan. So we're going to wait and see where the 813 of Trav Robinson is. Now these cars, you could not separate them after one lap. They were within a second of each other. Well, Jamie Harrison across the line, and there is Trav Robinson down there. We've got to keep an eye on the lap times as these guys come through. I reckon these conditions out there are getting very, very good for off-road racing at the moment, Lyndon.
Oh, superb. Haven't had to look at camera array all day today, so it's really good. I do have another camera beside my phone filming here today. Now the back here, Bosty is absolutely hooking up on this turbocharged trophy truck. Now this guy ran out of tyre tread there at the Fink. I see BFGs are on the car now. He definitely is a product tester. No two ways about it. In the background there you can see the Mason truck. Guys versus Mason, two American brands. Very much respected, both of them here in Australia. Very much enjoyed by a lot of competitors, this type of technology. There's a nice shot there.
Oh, it's a Boston Morgan Horan has beached the truck on that last turn, the turn that has brought out so many competitors. That's going to open it right up for the 813 of Trav Robinson. The recovery making their way over as Trav Robinson is going to take the opportunity to get out in front as Trav Robinson out in front of this race.
Wow, how things can change.
A big moment right in front of the tavern at the Loveday 400 in 2025. And that will be a frustrating wait for them to get recovered here. You can see Tony's got the strap on the truck, and recovery going to pull the truck over the top of that berm.
Great job there from Tony Whaley. Not only does he direct the event, provide the race course, he's first out there to attach a tow rope to keep this show on the go. Look at that one.
So Boston,
Big Black Motorsport.
a heap of time there. You see,
Slow
quite
down.
quick he's going to. Trav Robinson. Oh, the frustration, that's got to hurt, that one.
You can tell just by the way that he just hammered those jumps. He is one angry New Zealander at the moment.
Well, I've just seen the lap times come through now. Of course, you can see the start loop is before this final corner here with the burn, and both of them, Trav Robinson and Boston Morgan Horan, they ended up within 0.2 of a second of each other for that last lap. Now, of course, it's going to be lap 3 that Boston Morgan Horan will lose his time on from having that issue being stuck there on the burn. Well, that burn has been threatening all weekend. We saw Michael Lester get benched on there earlier, but of course that car, lightweight, full drive, he was able to back it out, and Boston Morgan Horan benched right on top of it, and two-wheel drive, unable to get the power to the ground and get forwards or backwards. A really unfortunate issue for last year's winner.
Providing a huge amount of entertainment this burn this weekend. You see the Tony Waite has got a huge smile on his face. He knows how to entertain and set things up. But it is a challenge, like all the rest of the track here, but you do feel a bit nervous in front of spectators. Lots of people obviously know that you see a camera, they go faster.
I think it was Jeff Love's theory that was you can see cameras to slow down. Because where there's cameras, there's danger.
Well, that's taking caution. It's a wise thing to say, but I'll tell you, a lot of people go faster to show off. We have a look at the cameras, you can just suddenly see the speed pick up. Oh, I'm on camera. So what does that tell you? They're probably not going as quick as what they think they're really starting. They do hurry up. So that was entertaining. That was absolutely huge.
For your second lap time, Trav Robinson was quicker with a 25.22.2. Boston Morgan Horan a 25.22.41. So 0.2 of a second the difference. Trav Robinson was quicker, and of course, as I said before, that lost time that Boston had getting recovered off the top of that berm will come out of his lap 3 time. Because you can see the start loop about 100 metres before that final corner. About 50 to 100 metres.
So Bauergarver officially taking his seat for the time. Great guidance there from Deputy Kharkiv, of course. Ian Barclay, and of course next to that his assistant here, Mark Escott. I'm not going to mention, I know you don't like your name mentioned, Mark Escott, so I'm not going to say it at all, Mark Escott, anymore. He'll come and thump me later. Great team assembled here at the Loveday 400. So many very good people in off-roading. Whether you want to wear a AASA hat or an MA hat, doesn't matter, I don't care. I like racing. Racing is fun. Either way, come out here and play, that's what we say. If you want to have an idea of what it's like to race in an off-road car, come out here to Loveday 4x4 Park and sign up for a hot lap or 2. You can bring out your juniors here and they can get expert guidance in a rally car and leave with a Loveday rally driver licence. Have some friends through the system here and they still chuffed that they could actually drive the car legally around after they qualify for their licence around 8,000 strapped here.
And there's been a pass out there in front of the tavern there, isn't it? 2 cars riding close to each other. I reckon one just past the other, but there's a heap of cars coming in here, all in a big group right now. This pack is bunched right up. Of course, there's a massive gap between our top 2 cars, but the rest of the field has closed right in.
Well, you're actually starting to see some dust raising from a few of these road-based laid corners. And have a look. Throwing up some dust there. Trophy trucks just for the drive. I was watching them, they just do not back off over the jumps, they've still got their foot to the floor. Some fantastic gearbox work there by the Mason organisation there.
This looks like the 52 of Royden Bailey. He's fought his way through this pack as well. Not too far behind is the 413 of Brad Robinson. John Towers in the group as well. And you're right, we are seeing some more and more dust now. And the rain is stopping. There's Towers. I reckon they'll be overtaken once again. And that might be the 73 of Josh Wilson. Yes, it is. So, Royden Bailey over the line. And we've got a pile of cars coming through all at once now. Plenty of action here in front of the tavern. But Royden around the final corner. Morgan Horan. corner. John Towers making his way into the pit, so an issue for our prologue winner from yesterday. He's fallen down the order. Here comes Glenn Ackroyd as well, the next car over the line. Let's get busy at Loveday, 25. He's fallen down the order as well, so Glenn Ackroyd, the sideways has made the pass on Loveday. Bo Robinson, who started well down the order, has passed Josh Wilson. He's passed Todd Lehman. You see the green lights of car 86 there, and Brent Smoothie, who the next car across the line, has also made the pass on car 86. So an issue for Todd Lehman has made him fall down the order. Smoothie out the top of the So Toddy Lehman, who's obviously having a few troubles out there, has made his way into the pits as well. Really unfortunate news for one of our top level competitors. So both Towers and Lehman find themselves back in the pits here.
Yeah, it looks like he's missing offensive lights. He's been into the scrub somehow. So that's why those cars are all getting up. These two cars are a lot slower than what they normally are. Am I just going to pass this car? I should be as quick as this, but they are.
Car 10 of James Cook. And you see the Robinson truck over the back now as well. This track coming right into play for our Pro Bucky competitors, and now our Extreme Tour drives.
Yeah, seeing some puffs of smoke coming out of the Cookie Mobile. Not exactly what you want.
And James Cook is now the wrong start at the moment. That's certainly not James Cook's top pace. We've certainly seen him a lot faster in the past. So he's going to make his way into the pits. So we've got some top level competitors all having issues now, making their way into the pits. Great Bowie back in front of the Tavern down as well.
Yeah, the Jimco 2000 absolutely flying out there. Brand spanking new motor in this bus, and it is working.
There's Cook, they've come to a stop quite quickly. They're jumping out of the car a little too. They're getting recovery over them to ask a couple of questions. So where's Cowie? With about 4 cars right in front of him. He's going to join them. Where's Cowie? Also sideways, he's collecting the tyres. He's just missed the corner. That's what comes for West Cowie. He's going to go back out onto the track now. He's missed that corner.
There's 3 laps, not 2.
Where's Cowie? Another competitor that's had a drama here.
Yeah, the move yourself trailers, Kelly family. All around Australia you'll see those trailers now. Great to see Rob Carey, the CEO, carrying on his father's business he started there. So another great South Australian business success story. Move yourself trailers.
I've got to say, Lyndon, I reckon a lot of these competitors would be hoping this corner was a lot further away. Not in front of the spectator area, so we all get to see it.
Like I said, the adrenaline rush, mate, the need to show off is indeed strong.
So Lachlan Bailey, the 29.05 on his second lap, about 1 minute and 5 seconds slower than lap number 1. Brent Smoothie. So Smoothie, the only competitor to go faster on lap 2 at the moment. A 27.12 in response to his first lap of 27.17. Everyone else has actually gone slower on lap number 2.
Well, the car firing up there, but it's definitely got a miss. You can see it was burning oil when it was on the rundown. It's letting it out of the breather, setting fire to that. Not sure entirely what brand it is, but it's black and it's sticky, and it's burning. So they all have a similar smell when they're on fire.
There's going to be some crews working pretty hard at the pits right now, trying to get those cars back together. You see the Jones not even made it back to the pit area, just in the warm-up area there. Not out of the car, they don't look to be too much of a hurry either.
These hands on hips there. That's a bit of a frustrated look because you can tell the condition's still on. The lights flashing behind there. So in the background, Wes Cowie off into the scrub, heading towards the insane super jump.
We've got a few more cars coming back in towards us now. I reckon I can see the 657 of Kane Jones, not too far behind with the 818 of Hayden Bentley. I reckon that'll be Jackson Evans, 635. Now, of course, Evans and Jones having a great battle on lap number 1, where Jones was catching up. So I reckon Kane Jones here has made the pass.
Yeah, battle of the players, isn't it?
Yeah, Hayden Bentley made his way through the field. He started a fair way down on Kane Jones. Kane Jones in 657 certainly has made up a lot of time on his guys right now. Look out to the left-hand side, you'll see the hard-charging truck of Hayden Bentley not too far behind. Kane Jones at 28.54. Begins another lap here at the Loveday 400. So these competitors starting their third lap here and their final lap for the day.
Great sense of humour, Jackson Evans, mate. And I'll tell you what, that was an angry driver that just went past him. He is fired up.
A 29.38 and Kane Jones at 28.54. So Kane Jones has also gone faster on lap number 2, only by about 1.3 seconds. And Jackson Evans losing time on lap number 2 compared to his first lap of the day. So Kane Jones and Brent Smoothie, the only competitors to go faster on their second lap. Looks like the couple of trucks coming back in towards us now, is it there, Lynn?
Yep. I mean, it looks very much like the rush truck.
I reckon that's Brett Comiskey again, huh?
Oh, I'm wrong again. No, it's a Brenthal.
The 834 Brett Comiskey,
It is.
another one of our full drive trucks.
I feel so much like Murray Walker today. If I'm not very much mistaken. Yes, I am very much mistaken. Old school.
There is a buggy in between those trucks. I reckon that looks like number 2 of Jared Thurston, if I'm not mistaken.
That's an element, mate. Element prodigy from Manham, South Australia here.
Comiskey over the line.
No troubles at all there, mate.
Well, four-wheel drive. I think the four-wheel drive trucks, as much as they are riding up on top of that berm, they're finding it a lot easier to navigate that curve than the extreme two-wheel drive trucks have burst across the line now as well. Turbo buggy's finding the conditions a little bit better now. It's dried up a little bit. Well, we've seen plenty of traffic issues on this last corner. But what's Andrew Coleman's going to do?
Yeah, I reckon he just rolled through following Brett Kaminsky's tyre tracks there, mate.
Get some updated times for you here.
Excellent.
Jared Purcell with a 27.49. A little bit slower in his second. Miski, a 27.19, 10 seconds slower in lap 2 than he was on lap 1. What I do want to see is when did Jared Percival start? So Jared Percival did start behind Brent Misty, 30 seconds. And margin. 6:51 of Greg Campbell.
Poor boy's lonesome here in the Can-Am Maverick R.
Yeah, and he started a little bit further up the order. He's fallen back a little bit here. Not too far though. You can see Greg Misty over the other side of the driveway now. Yeah, that with all the action that we're seeing in front of the tavern here though, I think Greg Campbell will be quite comfortable being in front and behind him. A little bit less to worry about when all you've got to do is worry about the road in front of you.
Yeah, it gives you an opportunity to concentrate on your lines, you're taking in your corner, your braking area. Have a bit of a think about how's the car sounding, everything feeling good. Whereas the road's a lot slower, but there's so much worry when you're sliding out. Your apexes aren't on point. Hell of a lot, even though it's slow, it can be so much more dangerous to your lap times. Whereas a bit of dust, there's no fuss.
This might be the resumption of that side-by-side battle between Daniel Challen and Ashley Foote.
Yeah, Ashley Foote had Simon Herman navigating for him at Port Germain a little while ago. Had a quick chat there, and he's pretty happy with this car, getting it all sorted, representing Arc 8. And that's the mobile fire pit that you can put on your spare wheel. Wonder what that product was.
That is Daniel Challen, 626, not too far behind him. So Daniel Challen, who started 32nd behind Ashley Foote, all he knows that all he needs to do is maintain this gap. He'll beat Ashley Foote in this section. And of course, with dust out there, you can see a bit of dust out the back of the rush track Toby Wade there. Daniel Challen might get even closer to Ashley Foote throughout this final lap. Wakely in the truck. Get his first proper lap time of the weekend now.
Started off as a rush truck, didn't so much conversion done it, and it's now called a Loveday truck. Now what's going to happen this lap? Here we go. I think that very much represented a take that, you burn, as he threw the tail in.
So Waitley with a 27.26. There's the side-by-side battle over the back. Daniel Challen has caught up to Ashley Foote. He's even closer now than he was before when he came across this start line. But Challen will look to make the pass throughout this lap, but Ashley Foot's not going to give in. They're going to have to keep an eye on the mirrors as the orange truck, the 421 of Toby Waitley, not too far behind.
Here's shout out to Trevor Scott, Fire, representing 5RM here this weekend. Thanks for your time, Trevor. Rushing off to broadcast the Riverland football live around the place. Sadly, might be his last year coming around the place there, setting himself up for a happy retirement. Well deserved too, Trevor. A bit quiet here at the moment. We've got some hats to give away. Does anyone want a free hat? Oh, we've got the hands going up over here.
Just have it out, catching.
Yeah?
We're 3 outside now.
At least, yes, that's right. Oh, hang on. Try this away. Here we go. Ready? Ready? Hey, this is fun. This is like cooking. I used to be down on L Beach years ago. We made big bottom and we'd throw the frisbee, catch it behind us, do all that sort of thing. That was a bit hopeless, wasn't it? What that is for? Hang on. Hang on. Almost. Okay. Got some pretty thin girls over here. Here we go. Oh! They're stuck in the bag. That's what's squirting the milk. There we go. We go. Wait, there's more. Tricks on the back of them. There we go. Here we go. Some more points to go. Here we go. There's more. Oh! Bit of a dive in front there. Oh, wait. There's more. I think it'll be a privilege for donating this. This is really good. All can be entertained over here. I'm ambidextrous, by the way. Oh! That wasn't deliberate at all. I'm making a bit of a mess here. You worried?
No, I'm making a mess.
Who's keen? Keen?
Plenty of entertainment with the hat throwing there, Lyndon, but we've got a car coming back towards us now as well.
We used to be good arm. See the difference?
Looks like Trav Robinson making his way back towards us.
Who's keen? Who's really keen? We'll bring down here. Three. There we go. 2 to go. Good to go. Here we go. Now, lucky last. Lucky.
On the second lap,
So I'll get
but
back
he
to
was
the main
second on
job.
the road. But when Boston Morgan Horan ended up beached on the berm here, Trav Robinson became first on road. And he's going to use that to his advantage, read the checkered flag to complete the section in car 813. A brilliant drive from Trav Robinson. And now we wait and see the time lost from Boston Morgan Horan in 489. Because that could be massive for the overall standings. But don't count out the 48 of Swinglehurst, who had a really good section 1 in the second heat. He's still yet to come. Could he find himself in front of Boston Morgan Horan as well after the issue that the Extreme 2-wheel drive truck driver had today? The last thing you want to do in the heavily populated spectator area is make a mistake. Unfortunately for Boston, who fell victim to that final burn like many competitors have today. I think he was the worst off so far. We still have one more heat left to go though. And Boston Morgan Horan, he was fastest on the first lap. Only 0.2 of a second slower on lap number 2. But with the error he made on that hairpin, he's going to have lost a lot of time here for this final lap. So Horan over the line in 4:89. So Travis Robinson, a total section time, 1 hour 15:51. Boston Morgan Horan, a total section time, 1 hour 17:32. So 1 minute and 41 seconds slower. So we lost about 1 minute and 41 seconds stuck on that burn.
So it looks like the 10 car is acting as a support there for everybody having a bit of a lean up on it.
You're playing such a mess of trying to test, man. Tell us your own, but it's not just your own. What's that?
Right in front of us now, this is 621 to Jody Waitley. First lap time at 32.24. Still having that battle with Michael Lester, 6.119. Of course, Jody started behind Michael, made the pass. I reckon these lap times for this second lap could be quite close to each other. They don't seem to have separated by very much on this next lap. So Waitley across the line now as well. Looking her third and final lap here of today's racing here at the Loveday 400. Also over the line with some lap times for these two competitors. So Waitley with a 33.38. We're waiting for Michael Lesty's time to come through here.
Hear a lot of cars behind us.
Well, Michael Lesty with a 33.33 has made up about 5 seconds on Jody Waitley on that last lap. Of course, Jody started behind Michael, made the pass, so still well ahead on corrected time.
Now you've got a Can-Am RR versus a Can-Am Maverick R. And you can see the comparison between Can-Am's just looking into the Loveday tavern here. With a great idea of what's going on. Jody only started racing a couple of years ago. Cindy's been navigating for her husband Doug. Doing a great job. In here at Loveday, they're mostly locals now up here at Loveday, car hills.
Have a ride in a rally car, come up here on the weekend and Doug Carthy will sit next to you and give some instructions. As I said before, a great way to introduce yourself or the family, friends to motorsport. Just come out to these venues. Interstate there, you've got plenty of off-road rushes in various states that put activities on time to time. Great initiative started by the Western family many years ago. That's the one thing, the difference between a single-seater and a two-seater. is that you take someone for a thrill ride in a two-seater. Strapping them to the roof, not recommended in a single-seater. Doesn't always work out the way you want it to. So I've heard. I've done it myself. But, you know, these are the rumours of the circulator. So there's still plenty of people coming into the track here. I can see dust along the road out. That's a pretty good sign for tomorrow for a lot more spectators making the trip here to Loveday 4x4 Park. It's actually listed on Google Maps, so pretty easy to find. Now I'm finding a trophy truck coming a little bit closer to us here as we wind back to have a bit of a look.
Yeah, this was the 413 of Bo Robinson. He's fought his way right up the order here.
Yes, the Fink winner from a couple of years ago, brother coming in and winning last year, and I heard some comments saying, well, that's it. Next year, it's on between the two brothers. It's going to be very interesting.
We'll see, Bo Robinson started out at 10th here. And of course, we did lose Todd Lehman and John Towers into the pits there, but Bo Robinson fought his way right up the front here. You can see dust now in that corner. It's catching out all of our competitors yesterday. We've got a little puff of dust coming out. It'll be very interesting. It is very different conditions tomorrow afternoon than what we've had here through this morning's running.
Definitely a lot of traction for these tyres now. There's harder sand, bit of road base mixed in here. Well, it's actually Tony's super mix. He won't tell you exactly what's in it, but it does stay relatively dust free on a dusty day, which is pretty good in anyone's book.
So Bo Robinson, his final lap time of the day of 26.57, so a total section time of 1 hour 19.57. 2 minutes and 24 seconds behind Boston Morgan Home. This will be the 8.47 of Brent Smoothie. So Smoothie and Robinson have fought their way through the field. And Royden Bailey. So Royden Bailey has fallen down the order here.
Yeah, I was going to say there, the back of the tracks get really deep. The hole's super deep. So the track might have deteriorated a little bit early compared to normal years. So the bulk suspension, the really large suspension on these trophy trucks coming into its own, I'd say. Still a fantastic machine, the element off-road lake, but as they say, the old saying, horses for courses.
Well, I think you can see with the results that we've had throughout the weekend, even from the very start of prologue right now, the changing conditions of the track. Glenn Ackroyd, the next car, in front of the spectator area here in front of the tavern. Royden Bailey with a 1 hour 22.31 for the section. Just waiting for Brent Smoothie's time to come through. So Ackroyd over the line, the side by side. So we're quite happy with the progress through the day. You can see James Cook's car 10 being towed behind the recovery car there. This is just a Lockie Bailey. Now he started this heat in third, right away in front of Royden Bailey, Brent Smoothie and Bo Robinson. Of course, with this track coming towards the two-wheel drive trucks and the pro buggies, going down the order a little bit there. But you need to be in it to win it, and Lockie Bailey is certainly still in it with plenty more racing to go tomorrow for the Loveday 400. We've got heaps of races to go, but we still have another section this afternoon.
And out the back there, Wes Cowie asking for the track to be a little bit wider as he just teases the top of the berm with his rear tyre. Gains enough traction to continue on there, but definitely making it pretty spectacular for anyone filming out that area. So he has the bit between the teeth here. There's no two ways about it. He is fired up. See the increasing speed in those corners as the grip comes through, the mud drying pretty much now, most places. Still a big puddle after the finish line, some people can't miss.
The beauty of this one here, Livers, I don't have to make that hairpin anymore. They're going to make their way into the pits now, which West Cowie did do in his previous lap, but it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a top quality setup and the move yourself trailers for that vehicle. Move yourself trailers Australia, top time.
Bad news for recovery radio. It sounds like 6:21 and Jody Waitley out for the rest of the day. Making their way back to repair the car. That's if I got that one correctly. Lockie Bailey with a total section time 1 hour 25:48. With some 8th out of the 8 cars that finished so far. West Cowie 1 hour 21:20 for this section. So we've got 8 cars that have finished this section currently, and in order, Travis Robinson from Boston Morgan Hiron, Bo Robinson in 3rd, West Cowie 4th, Brent Smoothie in 5th, Royden Bailey in 6th place, Glenn Ackroyd 7th, and Lachlan Bailey in 8th place. And of course, a reminder that is for this heat only. We still have the second heat to come up very shortly. And of course, we have to keep an eye out for Thomas Swinglehurst, who put in a brilliant performance in his heat earlier today, and he's going to be right in the mix here with Boston Morgan Hiron, Trav Robinson, and of course, as we keep saying, this track's actually coming to the buggy a little bit more now as well. You can see some of the pro buggies starting to do a little bit of damage out there to the time sheets.
Dry lines, you've got to adjust. Still getting lumps of mud on the outside, just trying to tighten up your apexes, keep the maximum amount of momentum through your corners. Fast and slowly, fast step, they say, little Richmond racing in many years. So, change of attitude from mud driving to dry driving. But you learn a whole lot more when you don't have traction on your wheels. You learn how to react quicker.
Well, we already know how much the track actually will change in off-road, and I dare say that this weekend this track is going to be completely different tomorrow afternoon to what it started off as yesterday in the prologue.
Yes, there's a lot of people said before the event very much turns into a trophy truck event on the Sunday. And definitely turning out that way. Side by side dominating early on this morning. Now, it's a you get the high speed, as I said before, it makes it catch up early. And along the neighbours straight, we can hear a screaming engine.
Now we're going to go to 657 of Kane Jones. There was I believe a truck that was a little bit further in front of them as well. Going to be the 818 of Hayden Bentley.
Plenty of clear air for Hayden.
Yeah, he's fought his way through the pack a little bit here. Kane Jones did start in front of Hayden Bentley. A few cars in front of the 818 also dropping out of contention here and falling down the order. So Hayden Bentley now around the final quarter for this heat. Across the line for car 818. We can turn our attention to Kane Jones, who was having that battle with Jackson Evans. Like Kane Jones is Either way, there is a bit of chatter on recovery that I haven't had to keep up with, so I'm sure some of the issues going on there.
A couple of Polaris's New Zealand competitor coming over here. Did very well on the fink.
Kane Jones across the line in 6:57. A really good afternoon of racing for Kane Jones. I'm sure they'll be very happy with the performance through their second section today. They'll turn their attention onto the Stannis for tonight. Of course, a lot of our crews will be very much very invested in their preparation for tomorrow. There'll be a lot of turning of spanners, making sure everything's okay. I'll be doing a few, servicing a few parts. Jared Percival in car 2. So Jared Percival did start a fair way down the order. He's made his way up throughout this section. Kane Jones with a 1 hour 26:46. Lachlan Bailey with a 1 hour 25:48. So about 58 seconds slower with Kane Jones and Lachlan Bailey. That's actually still a very good result for Kane Jones. You know that Lachlan Bailey is very, very fast. Lachlan Bailey also very familiar with this track. Having a few troubles out on the track, so they'll be back underway very shortly. As this is Andrew Commons in 467, one of the Westline trucks. So a big jump from Andrew Commons in 467 to finish his day of racing here at the Loveday 400. Cars out there that we saw going to the pits, James Cook, Todd Lehman and John Towers. Jackson Evans having a few dramas out there at the moment. They should be back underway shortly. Still waiting on Brett Kaminsky. Also waiting on Josh Wilson, who's right at the order, so I'm not sure what the situation is for Josh Wilson, but I'm sure Recovery Radio has had that going on throughout the day. Got that battle between Daniel Challen and Ashley Foote that was taking place. There you go, Jackson Evans now back on the track according to Recovery Radios. We've got a couple of trucks in the house here in front of the Loveday Tavern. It's the 421 Toby Waitley. Another one of our competitors has had a few little dramas throughout today. His fastest lap time at 27:26 on lap number 2. Of course, he had that come to a stop on lap 1 and also had that issue in front of the spectator area here. We'll get a proper lap time very shortly for the 421 truck. Not too far behind is the 834, Brett Kaminsky as well. There's a side-by-side heading down there, and it has a guess that the 651 of Greg Campbell shouldn't be too far away as well. But first of all, we're going to get a time for Toby Waitley. Our first proper time of the day for the 421 truck. Comiskey in 8:34. There's quite a few off-road cars over the years, Lyndon, with Greg Comiskey. He finds himself behind the wheel of this truck. Of course, all of his cars have been very high quality machines. So Toby Whaley at 26.32 on his final lap of the day. We put him around 3rd or 4th in this list, probably about 4th place if he was able to maintain those lap times throughout lap 1 and 2. Of course, Brett Comiskey also over the line. We'll get a lap time for Comiskey. 31.59, so he's lost about 5 minutes on that last lap as the 8:34 driver. And it is the 6.51 of Greg Campbell. Another very experienced off-road racer, Greg Campbell. Been around the sport for a very, very long time. And another day of racing done for the Campbells. And one of the issues that we've had out there on the track today, looks like it'll be this 260 Daniel Challenge having dramas, because that right in front of us is the 6th round of Ashley Foote. And of course Daniel Challenge was right up close behind Ashley Foote. And right now Challenge nowhere to be seen. So that battle that was brewing between the two side by sides, looks like it's been sorted out with a mechanical issue for the 626. So Ashley Foote across the line in 6.38. Of course, you can be fast in off-road living, but you still got to be reliable enough to get to the finish. Very tough job in this sport, finishing the event.
What a feeling it gives you though when you do it. Adrenaline pumping through your veins for weeks afterwards. Can't help but keep the smile beaming off of your face in those times. Adrenaline is a marvellous drug we all possess it inside our bodies. Stay naturally aspirated and you won't have any troubles, and you enjoy your adrenaline rush with this type of motorsport. All these type of activities for years.
Alright, that's overall times combining section 1 and section 2. Now of course we still have heat 2 section 2 to come. However, Travis Robinson, 2 hours 10.18, leads Boston Morgan Horan by 28 seconds. Bo Robinson a further 6.5 minutes back.
Just shows you how tough those two guys are out the front. The battle is awesome.
Well, that's it, and with a 28 second margin, that could be a hard ask to chase that down. Those guys, their lap times were within 0.2 of a second of each other today, and that's very, very close and off-road, but if you're not gaining by, what's that, about 5 seconds a lap or more, that might be game over. But any issue out there, who knows?
Well, I think the track conditions are really going to come into play because of that now. If you've got the lighter guys at the Brothers truck, smaller motor, smaller gear associated with that, you can see he sets the suspension are very low at the back for maximum traction, whereas Travis is carrying a lot of weight with the four-wheel drive system, the whole double set of drive shafts and the rest there. You've got to put a lot more horsepower through that system in order to drive it forward. A lot more braking effort to pull that weight up as well. So tomorrow you might see a little bit of a difference there in Boston. pulling back in front, just like he did last year with Brett Comisman. Came through on the Sunday to win. It was great effort. Big Black Motorsport team. But I'll tell you what, it's worth to come here tomorrow, isn't it? Make the effort to come to Loveday tomorrow. That's the go.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting battle because, of course, we've still got Thomas Winglehurst to come out here, who found himself right at the front in the top three after one racing this morning. So who knows? Thomas Winglehurst might find himself at the front of this pack overnight or settle into a spot in the top five and be right in the battle for tomorrow's racing. So plenty of action still to come here throughout this afternoon and tomorrow's racing here at the Loveday 400. So get on out here and come and have a look, because it is certainly going to be some exciting motorsport in front of us.
Definitely worth the drive, and we're seeing a very dry line coming and going along the main straight, or the in and out driveway, you want to call it here, Loveday. So the Loveday crew out there and their Cat front end loader dragging a whole lot of gigantic earth moving tyres around to flatten everything out again. I'm sure they'll be out there doing that again a bit later on to put a bit of the drying dirt back into the holes that it's come out from. But I dare say the bubble wash at Berry will be very busy again tonight. I know I'll be going there, all my wheels are out of balance. Oh, we've got a local Loveday cat here that's made an appearance. Hello, Cat, what are you doing? There's plenty of top flight motorsport to come. Don't forget to post the hashtag Loveday400 on any of your social media posts there so they all get noticed. Fantastic thing social media has done for the sport. It's made it accessible for a whole lot of people with off-road racing being so isolated because of the size of the tracks that we need to attract a whole lot of entries. Puts us in the middle of nowhere more times than not. So with the advent of all of social media, and Starlink in particular, from my point of view, be able to put out a signal or receive a signal from a distance. Funnily enough, this all progressed into this after that COVID scheme. I got the beam antennas just so I could pick up a Telstra signal and get a little bit of a live commentary out to people and entertain the planet. You can't believe the reaction that I got after just doing a very tiny live of Wanaka up there South Australia. Then we went back into lockdown like a week later. So a lot of people really enjoy the spectacle that is off-road racing, especially in Australia. And don't forget this, you wouldn't believe it, we are in the driest state, the driest continent. Yeah. Doesn't quite look like it, but as you can tell, Loveday, the track, a lot of sand, and it is soaked up every little bit of drop here. So we've got another competitor coming into the park. Another side-by-side. Some people say they grow them in the paddocks out here. We've got a whole crop of new Can-Am Maverick R's currently growing. Can't confirm that that's actually true, but if you know your history of Can-Ams, you know that the original racing Can-Am started basically out here.
This is the 626 in Daniel Callum. As I said earlier, it was right up behind Ashley Foot. Unfortunately, an issue on this lap has meant he's fallen way off the pace of the 638 competitor. That would have been a cool battle throughout the weekend, Lyndon, but unfortunately for Daniel Challen, a small mechanical has meant he's fallen behind. Daniel Challen over the line. A little bit of sideways action into the pits.
Going for air to recover every second he's lost there. The race times at home, my race results, you can log in. You can follow all of the action here. I've got rally safe on vehicles as well. So there's plenty of ways you can follow the excitement that is off-road racing. Oh, I love the social media. You can see the payouts there for Boston Morgan Horror. Pretty funny. But that's what it's all about, having a laugh. Make a mistake there, better to have a laugh at yourself than just to get upset.
Well, you can't change it now, can you? All you can do is have a better day tomorrow. Try and make up some lost time.
He was having a good day today, so when you think of that, he would have been still in front probably, isn't it? Or very, very close.
I think if you didn't have that issue, you probably would have been still in front. The only the lead is, as I say before, it was 28 seconds, 34 seconds or something like that. I don't have the live times in front of me right now. We're charging up the tablet once again.
Get someone on the push bike, get the power up. Just got an announcement here. If you're missing your pink shelled phone, it's behind the bar here.
The Loveday staff know how important these electronic devices are, so if you've lost a pink shelled phone, it's a case if you don't know what a shell is. It's behind the bar. Thanks very much to all the catering staff. There must be volunteers came out there this weekend. Slaving away there. The caravans around the corner here have been putting up a shade, taking down a shade. Lots of fantastic munchies available. Plenty of drinks. Licensed. Bar. Within your normal hours. So, plenty of fun, exciting. You can have up here at Loveday 4x4 park. So, we're going to have a talk about CDO. Sponsors, BRB of course, with the care names. We've got ARB, 4x4 accessories, has always been a proud sponsor of Full Loveday. Yes, we've got Call Valley down there, Jackson's 4x4 accessories in Murray Bridge. Big Lake Bonnie, we're doing some good things. We've got One Code Motors, of course. 5 p.m. Scott Agars doesn't want to mention 5 p.m. Well, he's booked out solid, so you better out there and give me a bit of a hip and shoulder or tickling in the right places and he'll gladly help you out and adjust your suspension. A lot of guys here benefit from his gained knowledge over the years of hanging out with all the Americans and the super speed trucks. So a few people going home go, hey, there's some real fast cars coming up soon. So great job here on the big screen, being able to see some times. We've done putting us out of a job. We'll just look over the corner here, Cam, and we're to see what times are going on. We've got more knowledge than I have. It's not hard, really. Yep, there it is. This is all going to change with the next heat. There'll be a whole lot of cards shuffled into the deck. That's the exciting part of having 2 separate heats. You never know what's going to be the go. Ain't that true?
Yeah, well, as I was saying before, Brett and Forsyth and Tom Swimblehurst made their way in the overall after section 1, right up the front. Both very fast competitors.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Forsyth. He had a huge cheesy grin on his face. So I think he's pretty chuffed with the turbo. More to do with his new gearbox more than anything else, I think. Taking great care to cool it all down too if you saw him doing some extra laps.
And Michael Zachary as well in that second group, very fast.
Yeah, I put him down as the dark horse for the whole event. He will come through very quickly tomorrow. And King Shot, so I think it's his first time here at Loveday, so you've got to allow a certain amount of time. It's not a very good way to learn the track, is it, when it's so wet. So once you're all dried out like it is, it's all good. And we've got Cindy Carthew within the earshot here. What happened to the car, Cindy?
Fuel pump.
Fuel pump failed. Ran out of fuel. So you got a hole in the tank or just someone forgot to put enough in? Is that what it is?
No, there's enough in there. Just didn't
Oh, it just didn't come out? Oh. Well, I said, I reckon you've got a pretty good workshop here for to fix that. So good luck to Cindy Carthew and Jodie Waitley there. Unfortunately stopped due to a mechanical issue, not due to a driving problem.
Where is it in the...
light seems like a can down behind us there, Cam.
Yeah, there it does. It's certainly a side-by-side out in the distance. Making his way down the Navy straight very shortly.
Lesky engineering machine. Lesky next crop. Navigated for a couple of years with Simon Baker and the Silhouette Baja.
Well, the Baker machine, do you know where the Simon Baker machine's coming out again this year? Really?
Well, he converted it to a pro lot, but I think he's having too much fun navigating for Michael Lexton in the office. So they've been having some good runs out there. Like I said, I had a good chat. If you want to see what he's like, just get onto my Facebook page. You'll see a couple of interviews there from Port Germain race, the Sakura 200/250. And yeah, a lot of ex-Quack racers coming into the sport there that not the same as what it used to be. Having a chat with Megan Hepton, Dave Settle's other half, saying it's changed there. The insurance, as we all understand, can cause some problems for entry fees, and a lot of people don't want to pay. Well, they can't play. So a lot of guys have decided to cross over and hop on to a can-am. That's what they call it. They consider it like a motorbike. They say ride, can-am. I don't know myself, but marketing perspective must work for them. I wouldn't use it. So yeah, a few guys that have put a cage over them, I guess is probably the best way to describe it, isn't it? With age comes a cage.
There's a couple of side-by-sides now, one out in the distance coming back towards us and one making his way down the straight to the right-hand side. I know that, as I say, I had to tune out of recovery radio for a little while there. But, of course, Jamie Harrison started a little bit later than one of our other competitors, was late to get onto the start line. Yeah, recovery radio coming through saying that 6170 of Anthony Harris has recommenced. There must have had an issue out there on the track. There you go, sounds like Anthony Harris in 6170 is the last car on the track at the moment. So we have a couple of cars in front of us now. So we have the 6119 and Michael Lesky. I reckon that could also be the 635 of Jackson Evans out in the distance as well. That could be Anthony Harris there actually. There we go, Michael Lesky. He's having a bit of a battle with Jody Whaley. Completes his lap Jackson Evans now. 6:35. He was having a strong run. Of course, Kane Jones had caught up to Jackson Evans early on in this heat. Unfortunately, an issue for the King Chrome team. It's meant Jackson Evans fallen down the order. However, that still completed the lap here at the Loveday 400.
Geez, he was trying hard there, wasn't he? Absolutely full noise over the last jump there. More dust in the park on its way towards us.
As we wait for Anthony Harris to return. The news coming through that 10:25 John Wisp will not be starting the next heat. Now, unfortunate news for the single seat competitor, as we prepare for our final heat of racing for the day. We still have some heavy hitters ready to take to the track in what could really shake up the order for outright contention here at the Loveday 400. Here we go, Anthony Harris in 6170. Not the final lap he was hoping for here at the Loveday 400, but if you can greet the checkered flag, it's not all that bad. You can certainly make up a bit of time tomorrow. You won't be able to make up all the time lost. But who knows what tomorrow will bring for our competitors as Anthony Harris crosses the line in the side-by-side. That should bring a completion to Heat 1 of Section 2. And we'll be preparing ourselves for Section 2, Heat 2 to commence shortly.
Sure happening in the pits there. Get a bit of action right on the back there, changing the rear wheel. Is this the one you saw bouncing around with Jack moving?
No, that was the Jack moving on Jesse Mandrick's car in the previous heat.
Maybe it was someone else's and they just collected it for them. So that's not too far away before the start time. Well, the start of the next heat is not too far away. I see a lot of flashing blue and yellow lights in the pits. There's a few people starting to warm up their race vehicles ready for another thrash of 3 laps around Loveday, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of smiles at this competitors in this heat camp with the knowledge that the mud has dried significantly and the times are dropping. The group is coming in there, so they'll be able to put on a hell of a good show, I'd say.
Well, I was just thinking about how one of these competitors probably are wondering what the conditions are actually like out there now compared to their first run this morning. So the track conditions have changed quite a lot. We might actually see a little bit of dust here by the end of this heat. We started seeing a few puffs of dust come up towards the end of the previous heat, and with another bunch of cars to drive over this track and up for another 3 laps, there's going to be quite a few puffs of dust, I reckon, starting to show up, which could be a bit of an indicator for tomorrow of what the track conditions are going to be like. Of course, it looks like this final berm has started to look a little bit neater. I'm sure is a lot of our crews are pretty happy to see.
Just looking at some rain cloud just hovering above us here, looking a little bit heavy. I have predicted some showers tomorrow with a cloud. It seems to be an overnight thing.
That's exactly what you want, isn't it? More rain. You know, all these competitors sitting in their cars or just about to jump in, and it started just drizzling. There'll be some unhappy faces, I reckon. Except if you're Norman Parker and Jeff Pickling, you won't mind, because like I keep saying, they've got the driest race suits in the Riverland at the moment.
Yes, definitely ready for any marketing opportunities there to jump out, pose for the camera. Looking $1 million. Just like some of the race cars we've got here, looking like $1 million, quite literally. Costing anyway.
Well, the amount of money going into these race cars now, it's absolutely crazy. Compared to what it was even go back 20 years ago, to what we have now.
Oh, I can remember back in the early 90s, getting a walking stick out. The controversy at my club meeting, I won't say who it was, but they were so upset that word had got around that Mark Burrows had spent $40,000. So you only get 2/3 of a gearbox for that these days, is it? But yes, arms going up in the air, we're going to keep the costs down, which is fair enough, but it's an open sport. If you want to make something, you've got to come up with a new idea, well then you've got to be able to sell it to other competitors will catch you if you want. You look at basically, they had a policy in America that they would not progress to the next class until they won a championship with that particular class. So they come up with trucks with all manufacturers start with buggies. So that's why they're at the top of their field, the Masons. It's such a
Yeah, well, and like you say, with all the companies in America like Mason building these off-road vehicles, they're all pushing each other, and they're all trying to come up with the very next best design. Of course, we've got some very good Australian builds as well. Lyndon. The Element buggies, a very, very good car.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. You've got the Ursig Honey Badger. You've got the Razorbacks, which have just been turned over to the Chaplins. You, of course, have got the most prodigious frame builder in Australia here. Everyone, the Southern Cross. How many Southern Crosses are out there? Over 500 frames. It's just hard to fathom, but Bob's got the receipts. Well, so it says.
I've just been notified that the start time for the next heat will be 2:40, so we've got about 17 minutes before the start of the next heat. So that is plenty of time to grab some food, get a drink, and then settle in back out at the fence here for one more section of racing here this afternoon at the Loveday 400.
So we've just been live for over 6 hours again. big race day. All a great 6 hours. We've had some fantastic entertainment right in front of us here today.
Well, these changing conditions have made it very difficult for our competitors, and we're lucky enough that this hairpin sits right in front of the spectator area. We've been able to watch it all unfold here in front of the tavern.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly how much or what was offered to Boston Morgan Horror by Tony Waitley to put on a bit of entertainment in front of us. But the trucks are really close in terms of time, but it was definitely good. You could hear the screams and the drawing in of breath down the grassy knoll here, so plenty of entertainment, plenty of people got that on. We've already seen some very entertaining memes relating to it, so one thing Australians do have is a really good sense of humour. And luckily for our friends across the sea there, they've got a really good sense of humour as well. So that's the idea here. We don't care where you're from, what you do, just come and have fun. As long as you follow all the rules and you don't go against it, anyone's more fun, I think.
Absolutely, it's always been a family-friendly sport, and despite the fact that we've got millions of dollars in it now, you can still come out and enjoy yourself, no matter who you are. Plenty of options to go racing and off-road as well, with all the different classes.
There's so many different tracks too. That's the big thing. As we were discussing before with your, what is the history on the Toronto?
Oh, it goes back a long way, mate. I don't talk about my racing a lot, I try and avoid that.
Well, this is the opportunity, so I'm asking the question. You've got to give the answer.
So what would you like to know?
The history of the car, when was the last race?
Long time ago. 2016 was the last time that Toronto came out.
That's not a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a long time for me.
Yes, well, there's a lot of old race cars. There's the beauty of this sport. Doesn't matter how old they are, you can just update them to the current rules, get inspected, come out here and have another go. All the roll cages, all those sort of specifications. All that knowledge is easily accessible via many websites there. Get an idea of whether you've got, a lot of ex-speedway cars. In the old days, your class of Toronto would have been a rally car that came into class 5, because we were always considered the poor cousin of rallying, off-road racing, which I don't quite think it's exactly the same, but I wouldn't like the cost of a lot of these WRC cars. It'd be very scary, I would say, the money that goes into supporting them.
Oh, there's certainly a lot of money in motorsport nowadays, but there's one thing that we've mentioned a few times this year. There's actually, we haven't mentioned a lot of, because we don't have any Performance Tour drive cars, class cars here this weekend. There's actually nothing stopping you from buying a AU Falcon, putting a cage in it, maybe some race seats, harness, maybe some bigger tyres if you want, and you can, you'll be having a lot of fun for not a lot of money. You'd have to deal with all this lot running up behind you, trying to overlap you, but you would have a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I think that the Vito is the one that's got the old Falcon out there that's a huge following along it. Got a few owners, I think, currently over in the Iron Triangle, I think it's located at the moment. Yes, I saw, I know the Loaders had a bit of a experiment to see how cheaply they could put a car on track. They ended up choosing a Holden Commodore.
Back in the day, the two Commodores running around.
That's it, yeah. So I know Mike Paul was involved with it all. They cost them a couple of $1,000 basically to set the whole car up, which is next to nothing. There's more costing two of these BF Goodrich 40-inch rim tyres than they spend in the whole race team, which is pretty amazing.
And when they have an issue, it's a lot cheaper than these guys as well, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, the fun's the same though. The track's the same.
Track's the same. You spend a lot more time on the track than a lot of these fast guys, that's for sure. You might also spend a lot more time getting pulled out of a hole. Recovery might be your best.
As we said, horses for courses.
Well, you can see this pack of hungry competitors starting to warm up the cars now. They're all starting to make their way into the lineup. Brett Taylor, Robbie Gataletta, Nick Bird, Samuel Commons, Luke Ersig's back on track. Cooper Weston, who's sitting there patiently waiting. Paul Tuck Lee. Michael Zacher now in the area as well. These guys all have 3 laps of racing still to do, and I can see out the back there the 48 of Thomas Swinglehurst, and he is going to be the one that we need to keep a really hot eye on this afternoon, because he is going to shake up this order, as is the likes of Michael Zacher in car 51, and of course Brenton Forsyth in 43.
Yeah, all warming of the gearboxes years ago, you never saw any of this. You just took it a little bit easier on the first lap, just to let everything warm up. But it's pretty serious these days, and some serious competition. The lap times are just so close that it's forced a lot of people to think about a different way to get in front of that.
I'll tell you what, Brendan Forsyth's going to be happy with his morning this morning. Was out in front, has held that track position, big gap of cars behind him.
It's an old school car, isn't it? It's up across Main 5.
Yeah, it's been around a while. He's always been very fast and
Yeah.
certainly a competitor to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. You can see the Super 1650 of Jerry Coop making his way towards the lineup area now as well.
Pretty keen. Is that the Swinglehurst car out the back still warming up again?
Yeah, it is. Thomas Swinglehurst. There are a few cars that like warming up out that up side of the driveway there. They make their way in towards here the last minute. So we've got about 9 minutes, I believe, till we get started here. I have a start list for this next heat. The first car away will be car 48 of Thomas Swinglehurst, and 30 seconds later, car 43, Brenton Forsyth. A further 30 seconds back, Michael Zacher will get his section underway before Damien Nicol in the truck will give chase to the 3 pro buggy competitors. Robbie Gataletta will then chase down Damien Nicol, and will be the 5th car away. And down the rest of the field, Cooper Weston from Brett Taylor, Luke Ersing, Nick Bird, Samuel Commons, Hannah Bentley, David Adams, Brett Lewis, Adrian Gardner, Robert Knight, Jack Livingston, Jason Marks, Jerry Coop, Jeff Brennan, Ethan Evans, Jesse Mandrick, Norman Parker, Dave Settle, Ross Newman, Jeff Pickling, Paul Tuckley, Kim Lally, and Jim Shep. So 29 cars scheduled to start. However, we do know that John Wick will not be starting, so we should have about 28 cars to take to the track for the final section of today's running here at the 2025 Loveday 400. So 6-minute warning now before our competitors take to the track. You can see Thomas Swinglehurst in car 48 warming up the car. Now of course Lyndon Brenton Forsyth is also normally car 48, but because there's 2 48s in this weekend, Brenton's had to change his number, he's running 43.
Yes, I running all my commentary cheat sheets using yesterday there. I come through the booklet and I realised, hang on, I've got 2 48s. Go back to the revised entry list. And it's not too hard to knock a little bit of that number off and make it 3. So, of course, Thomas Swinglehurst being the national competitor has first dibs on that number. That's why Brendan Forsyth had to get the razor blade out, pick off a little bit of number off the car.
Oh, I reckon they can race for it.
Race
Whoever's
for it.
fastest in this section gets the number. Both of them right at the front would make it interesting. Of course, we've also got Nick and Toddy Lehman, who both use normally check. Number Toddy Lehman is car 86 this weekend. Normally is car 85. You see the Mandrick machine. Looks like the jack has been removed from the rear of the car. Have you ever gone for a ride in a side-by-side and
Have we got big enough seats for next one? Looks like Hannah Bentley's decided to join the party. Now for a quick warm up there. It looks different from these trucks without their rear guard.
they certainly do now? Of course, normally they'd have to start the event with the rear guards on. But this weekend, I believe due to the wet, slippery conditions, well, you know what? Save a bit of money on bottom bar. And you can run without the guards if you wish. However, I did see earlier in the day we had a few cars running with the guards on. Nick Bird was one of them. He's taking the guards off now. Car 432.
There's still a little bit of mud there behind. He's managed to clean the rest of the car. 4 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to start. There we go, we're doing an excellent job there. Not warmer for our officials out there compared to yesterday. That's certainly good.
It was very cold, it was very wet, and but it's much better today. My question for you, Lyndon, is any of these competitors going to get caught up with this last corner in this heat? Or have they all seen what happened with the heat just gone?
Well, it all depends on whether you want to apex this corner or whether you be like Toby, waiting it down and reposition the sprinkler so they've actually made it so you can have a tighter line there now. But some people like to go up and use the berm, get a motocross background possibly. But 2 minutes, without a shadow of a doubt though, this has been the most spectacular corner on the course for most people, being able to watch it there. So sometimes it'll be fast if you slow right down, just hit your apex and accelerate away, and other people can just throw it up and run around. Depends on the width really of the track of your car. Sometimes back in the day, mate, I went Morgan Shore course and they had the ex-motocross track, so my mate was an ex-racer and he's gone, oh, go for it, go to the berm. So you did get a hell of a ride. It was the right hand. He's got flying up in the air and tripped a few people who didn't know where we were. So we flew off and had more momentum to cruise down. Made a bit of a difference.
So 1 minute now, and section 2, heat 2 will get underway. The big question is how fast will Thomas Swinglehurst be in the pro buggy. He was super quick this morning, finds himself right at the top of the order, and this track has been getting better and better for these pro buggies throughout the day. They have been getting faster and faster. Is the track coming into a really good spot, a really good position for Thomas Swinglehurst to make a push to the front of the pack?
Well, temperatures are down for all mechanical items there. It's going to be a little bit easier to put the horsepower to good use. Yeah, puddles around that we can't see will be very similar to what we're looking at.
Revs Rice is Swinglehurst here this afternoon. You can see the dust behind the car, just a little puff of dust. If it does get dustier, which I'm not expecting tomorrow, but if it did get a little bit dusty out the back today, he doesn't have to worry about it. He's right out in front. Next car on the line now is the 43 of Brenton Forsyth. Another competitor had a really strong morning, one of our single seat races here this weekend. You're probably not going to have to worry about the puddles as much as you did this morning. Forsyth is going to chase down the Swinglehurst entry. To make it 3 pro buggies to take to the track. Car 51 of Michael Zacher. Lyndon, you said he was your smoky. He can win this event.
Yeah, very strong car, the Jimco Hammerhead with the rear engine, a lot of traction out the back. Still getting used to this car really, coming from that sideways. There's a Starlink antenna on the roof of that car, so look at Mike's shop. Just getting a few raindrops spitting on us here.
I was just thinking this is not what we need, is it? Right, a few raindrops as the 4:30 of Damien Nichols about to get underway. The first of the tracks to take to the track here in Heat 2, Section 2. He had a tough prologue yesterday, but he had a really good Section 1. This afternoon at Loveday.
See the rain cloud above us, just the wind just blowing out a few droplets on us.
The next car on the line, the 96 Robbie Cataletta, started well down the order. He didn't take part in prologue yesterday, so he started down the back of the field. And continue that journey to the top 10. So as our first 5 competitors head out behind the tavern and across the other side of the driveway here, next to join will be the 61 of Cooper Weston. Another one of our pro buggy competitors. 120 k's of racing in front of Cooper Weston this afternoon at Loveday. You can hear the screaming sound of Michael Zacher over the other side of the pits there. Next car on the line is the 431 of Brett Taylor, the second of the trucks to take part in this heat. There's a lot of slipping and sliding in yesterday's prologue. The track is getting better despite up and running.
Just a bit of a crackle to clear out the eardrums there.
You can see right over the back there, there's a lot of dust coming up now as well over the other side of the driveway. Next on the line, the 1050 of Luke Ersick. Didn't make it too far early this morning. Only a couple of hundred metres down this first straight. Cars back up. Strong showing here this afternoon. Always a fast competitor. So keen to keep an eye on his times throughout the day. And you can see that dust right over the back of the property there. Starting to kick up. Next car on the line, the 432 of Nick Burke. South Australian competitor. the first side-by-side to take part in this heat, the 646 of Sam Commons.
West Lime anytime.
They're one of the 3 West Line entries.
Really shows the wheel travel on that side by side when it goes over the jumps, how fast the rear end lifts up into the air. See how much room was sent into the suspension.
Oh, the side-by-side has certainly come a long way in the last few years. Next on the line, the 418 of Hannah Bentley. Another expensive ride for this heat.
Yeah, making the floor shake there, Hannah Bentley. You see the way the camera jitters there, passes through the ground. Horsepower.
Another sports light single seat competitor to take to the track next. David Adams in 1074. Had a small drama out on the track earlier today. Back up and running after a rollover a few weeks ago as well. So this weekend a great achievement. And in the mirrors of the sports light competitor, car number 60 of Brett Lewis, the Pro Buggy. We've got about 28 starters for this heat. Brett Lewis, the power of the Pro Buggy, chase down the sports light competitor of David Adams. Keep an eye on their times throughout the day. Next car scheduled to start the 10.55 of Adrian Gardner. He did stop earlier today to render assistance to a incident out on the track. He would have gained that time back. What can Adrian Gardner do with 3 more laps here of the Loveday 400 for Saturday's race in 2025? There you go, isn't there? I did try and have a look, but I can't see behind the fence. I'm sure what's going on with Adrian Gardner. So then the next car up should be the 655 of Rock Knight. So there's going to be a minute gap there. So Gardner, not saying that Rock Knight is. So Rock Knight underway, a minute behind Brett Lewis. The next car scheduled to start, I don't know if you can see it, Lyndon, should be the 6138 of Jack Livingston.
That's correct. I can't see it just using X-ray vision. There's the guy in the car over there.
So there is Adrian Gardner. He has missed his scheduled start, so he's going to come straight out on the track and go directly behind Livingston. He thinks he's down to start. He hasn't realised he's missed it. Which means Jason Marks at 422 is going to have a sports light buggy not too far in front of him. Not too big of a problem with no dust, but something to chase down early on. All this heat at the Loveday 400. The lone Super 1650 competitor of Jerry Coop on the start line now. We'll keep an eye out the back and see if Jason Marks is going to make that pass or catch up. There we go. So Jerry Coop underway. We've got a few side-by-sides still to start, and the next one to go. We've got the 623 of Jeff Brennan.
Bull Amp Racing.
Doesn't look like he was able to complete section 1.
Side-by-side getting maximum grip off the start line. The four-wheel drive coming into play to get very, very fast. Got to swing the camera pretty fast to keep up with
And 3 side-by-sides heading off together. Ian Evans, the next of the 3 to go in car 637. And I make it 3 side-by-sides taking off in a row. The 6169 of Jesse Mandry. You saw the jack on the rear of this car bouncing around earlier. You got quite a good close look at that sprinkler system yesterday, Lyndon. But this track's getting a bit better, and I'm sure Jesse Mandry landing on a nice, consistent run home at the end of Saturday's running here at the Loveday 400. See Jason Marks over the back there, and Adrian Gardner. I reckon not too far in front of him, so Mark's going to try and chase down the 1055 who missed his start. Next car on the line, the 701 of Norman Parker, the first of the production four-wheel drive cars underway for the heat.
Back to his friends. Top 5 representative. And that is Black Diesel.
The side-by-side sport battle is about to resume. 6666, Dave Settle, about to rejoin the track. Of course, had that great battle with Ross Newman early on. They made a couple of passes on each other. But Dave Settle did come in. Side-by-side sport competitors have to show us this afternoon here at Loveday. So with Dave Settle on the track, Ross Newman in 6681 on the start line now and under the control of the start line. Go time for Ross Newman in 6681. The second of the production four-wheel drive cars, the 702 of Jeff Pickering, the next car to take to the track.
Ranger Raptor. That's off quick too.
I believe that means we're going to have about 2 cars left to start. John Wiss was supposed to start in this slot, however he will not be starting, which means we have Paul Tuck-Lee on the line in 996, the single seater.
There's the Munchie Frames provider.
Of course, he had a drama. It was a very slow second lap team in this third turn. As the car looks like it's now.
Plenty of fans online there from Mudgee.
We have 1 car left to go. The 1027 of Jim Shep. Jim was unable to complete the heat earlier today. He did fix the car out on the track, however, did not have enough time to complete his second lap. He's got 3 laps ahead of him. 120 kilometres of Loveday track up until this afternoon. We will have a minute gap to Paul Tuck-Lee as Tim Lally is supposed to start in between the two. And Norman Parker on the other side of the driveway now. As Jim Shep gets underway in 10:27. Well, there you go, Lyndon. All cars now away for Heat 2, Section 2 of the Loveday 400.
Well, the top quality field we have here at the moment. I see a few of them kicking on around the corner here. So many good cars coming into the sport now. A lot of ex-rally drivers, as I said, quad races, motocross races, realising Hey, this is really good value for money. It's really good stuff. And it's seat time. It's enormous. So why wouldn't you have a go?
No, that's exactly right, and plenty of opportunities to work on the cars as well when you've got the brakes between your heats. And also plenty of opportunity to watch some racing as well if you get a chance. If the car's ready to go, you can, as a competitor, you can head out and watch the next heat. And of course, all of the competitors who finished the section just before, they don't have any more racing today, so they can just enjoy watching off-roading. Alright, then some big news. Sounds like Thomas Swinglehurst has stopped on the track, so on rally safe it's showing he has stopped, and the lead car, which I believe was Greg Forsyth, is 20 k's in.
Wow, that's some big news. I hope they're all okay. We wouldn't know if they weren't. They keep it all quiet, so that's a good sign. Everything's cool. Unfortunately, the Lucas Paul machine, a bit of a break there, but very close to winning the Australian Championship, the Swinglehurst off-road racing team. A couple of years ago, just a little bit of bad luck, stopped them from taking a title very early on in their driving career. A lot of people discovering how good the sport is. If you want to have a go, just come out here to Loveday, jump in a race car, and it'll show you exactly what it's like.
Well, there you go, just the other side of the driveway there, Linda. There's Jim Sheff. He hasn't been racing for a couple of years. He's been racing for as well, so relatively new to the sport. It was a very welcoming sport to get into.
Yeah, constantly developing the car. It's pretty heavy when you go have a look at it there, but he's been asking questions, getting the right answers. You'll find that not too many people at all will be able to steer you along the wrong track. That'll help you out. And, these days, it doesn't take very much to get on Google and look up all the information, find out exactly what's going on. What hits there are, years ago, it was pretty much reliant on everyone standing around the campfire having a beer or two. And a lot of the stories are getting a little bit stretched, a little bit detailed. But these days, it's pretty easy to confirm some statements out there. A lot of people have some pretty individual ideas, and this is a sport that as long as it's safe, you're allowed to use it. So I've seen a lot of innovations that come from this sport. A lot of great companies have formed from off-road racing as well. Can you name the most famous one? Commentator for the series last week.
No, you got me with it.
What name? You know the history of ARB? It all started in off-road racing. Anthony Robert Brown. ARB. So hasn't that taken on the world and changed the face of the four-wheel driving around the planet? It's such a great reputation. So many people don't realise that Brown's still competing. They've got their own series. They were up at the Fink. So we've got Danny Brown chasing his cab.
Now, Recovery Radio just calling through to say that 296 and Jerry Coops coming to stop. I reckon that might be just over the other side of the driveway there. There you go, Recovery reporting through that they are out with an engine failure.
That's not very good. It's one thing about a national championship round, it is so satisfying to get a finish under your belt. A real challenge in a lot of cases. A lot of people just to get onto the track. To get all the way through to the finish is such a reward for all of your supporters and sponsors and family. When was your first off-road race?
My first as a competitor or a spectator?
I can tell you, mate.
That would have been Karula. 2013?
Yes, El Brilla. Quite an interesting track. I don't know a little bit of the local history there. It was owned by a little bit of land was changed by over by a few. So Richard Bennett owned it for a while. I know Mike Eustace before him ended up being the current owners and it turned into a racetrack. It's quite interesting. So just on the other, if you go like a big block shape residences, the Bennetts used to be in the far corner. And like most farmers, they'll farm another paddock, share farm. And I think Richard owned that himself. His brother David had the family farm on the other corner. So a long proud history the Bennetts have of off-road racing that's been handed down. So I think you go out there, you see one of Richard Bennett's original side panels stuck on the fence. It still survives.
I know there is a Mallee Master panel in the shearing shed there.
That's right. The old Mallee Masters. So my navigator, Tim Eustace, rest in peace, he was a neighbour a couple of doors down, formerly known as the Octopus, Great Arms. Trusted wherever he was. Hilarious. Great fun walking out drinking and racing international. Didn't know who we were. I certainly knew who Ben was, but he knew about Richard Bennett, knew about his brother David, all the time and effort that they put into the vehicles that they had out there. And of course I went to the first Brilla, didn't race it, just spectated, and stayed in the old Bennett family house, which was David Bennett, and went out in the back there. And there's a Chrysler, a valiant Chrysler station wagon, which is stoked up for many years, upside down, just taking all the bits off the bottom of it. So we found a whole lot of half-buried trophies around the place, and then Ben told us, and Mickey told us, hey, up on the roof, because they bought the property. And there's a whole lot of trophies up there, so he inherited a whole lot of Bennett history racing. Now that's been passed on to new owners. So I wonder what they thought going up to the roof cavity of the house and discovering all of these off-road racing trophies. A lot of South Australians have contributed a great deal to off-road racing, as many other the state has had. The South Aussie here, though, it's funny how they seem to be in clusters in terms of local areas, so the Waikerie. People all banded together to form the Waikerie Club. We've got a whole heap of locals here at Loveday that are coming here from a business perspective. It's slightly a different angle, but just as effective to go racing. So, a lot of people here in South Australia and Off-Roaders Hall of Fame. If you're looking at Motorsport Australia manual for all of those listings, they'll look through a few names. Lucky enough to have a chat with one of them myself. Haven't seen for a while. Cool. Dropped in and had a chat with me at Port Germain. Great history in the old man Emu team, and just to let you know, Keith Bull used to race a swing axle buggy for many, many years with a 2-litre Type 1 Volkswagen engine, and absolutely blitzed the field. So we used to have quite a conversation about off-road racing because I was the only one as a junior. I'd come up with people out as a teenager, what are you going to do then? What are you going to do? I'm going to race off-road. After they stop laughing, I'll get annoyed because anyway, I said, well, we'll see how it goes. I think that's the go. And very happy to be here. As most people will tell you, come around to my place when I was a teenager, mate, I'd make you sit down, watch the off-road races video, and Andrew Cowan in Australia, Volume 1, Volume 2, 83 and 84. And then you were classified as a friend. You've seen what I'm passionate about. So, a lot of people are pretty passionate about AFL football, playing footy. Great recreation, great way to learn to be a team player. Off-road racing encompasses a whole lot of the same type of energy, just not the physical exertion in training every Tuesday and Thursday night on the weekends, but it's a young man's game and that sort of thing there, but off-road racing definitely keeps the adrenaline pumping for hours and hours. If you're sitting in that seat out here, these guys will still be on cloud nine, big smiles on their faces the whole time, and that's the natural release we're all after. It doesn't take much to get excited when you look at these vehicles. Once you've been for a ride in them, you really do respect the abilities that you're witnessing here today. So I've noticed you're building a few bits and pieces. You sold all your parts and you put them on there.
Sorry, mate, I was just getting hounded by recovery radio there. What were you supposed to say?
That's all right.
It's going a bit crazy at the moment.
Oh, you've got more interesting news than what I have. What did you hear?
We've got a car out there that doesn't appear to be steering very well. I think they're out of the car checking the steering. There's another car getting looked after at the moment. Didn't catch the number on that one. Now I've got to do a quick thing here, Lyndon. It's not. Oh, there's a car coming back towards us now. I thought I heard Michael Zacher, and that does look like a blue buggy, if I'm not mistaken, which means that he has come from third starter, and there's Brenton Forsyth not far behind him. So Michael Zacher looks like he's caught and passed Brenton Forsyth. We know that Swinglehurst had an issue out there on the track, and he's stopped. So as we see Zacher and Forsyth come back towards us, I've got to give a quick birthday shout out, Lyndon, to Daz Landon. So a very quick birthday shout out to Daz, all the way from Green Acres. I've got to make sure I get that call out because I said I would if he jumped on and watched the live stream. But anyway, as we see Zacher coming back in towards us now. What a drive from Michael Zacher. Very good start today. Finds himself at the head of his field, and you can see the dust now, Lyndon. We're starting to see a little bit more dust, and it's not going to be too bad for Brenton Forsyth just yet.
Well, you've got to wonder, has Brenton Forsyth stopped to lend assistance and allowing Michael Zacher pass if there wasn't? That's an issue that we still don't know about.
No, that's very true. Zacher, that's a beautiful jump off that launch there too.
Of course, the proprietor of Mike's Shock Shop.
Yeah, we would know how to set up a car. Certainly would. The car 51, Michael Zacher leads the 43 of Brenton Forsyth. And what started off as a wet and muddy day is turning into dust.
Well,
and look at that, Damien Nicol down the Naval Straight as well as Robbie Gataletta. So it looks like Robbie Gataletta is catching up to Damien Nicol. These guys are starting to change their order quite rapidly. Zacher first to complete the lap, Forsyth is second seater. Can he hold on to the back? 51.
That's some close racing right there. But Michael Zacher now knows the track. Been around for a few laps this morning. And the way that car was launching, he's got an excellent drive out there today.
Gataletta, I reckon we might be about to witness a pass here, Lyndon, because Gataletta is catching up to Damien Nicol very fast. The Pro Buggy and the Extreme two-wheel drive truck. And there it is. I reckon Damien Nicol just pulled off to the side of the road and let Gataletta through. Smart move. He doesn't have to worry about the Pro Buggy anymore. He can just go about his business. There's a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, I reckon there's a hell of a lot more effort going into everyone's driving this afternoon. They're definitely looking a lot faster.
And the times are showing that as well. Michael Zacher with a 26.40, Brenton Forsyth at 27.17. We'll look at the fastest times from Section 1 earlier today, of course. We're looking at a 26.02 for Boston Morgan Horan, and Trav Robinson was a 27.22. That was lap 1 of section 1. And these guys are going quicker now. So a massive advantage to be in the second heat here of the Loveday 400 in 2025. Robbie Gataletta's making the most of it, having made the pass on Damien Nicol. Now, of course, with Swinglehurst out of action and Forsyth and Zach well ahead, Gataletta's got a bit of clean air now. He knows he's faster than Damien Nicol. He's made that time up, he's made that pass. He goes right up the top of the burn. What is Nicol doing? He's just trying to stay low, but the truck doesn't want to. Two-wheel drive trucks really struggling with that final burn still. It did look a little bit better than what was happening earlier on today, as that'll be the 61 of Cooper Weston out in front of us as well.
Yeah, looking a little bit like they want to launch there, mate. Off of this last berm here, or trying to get someone to check underneath or something. I'm not entirely sure, but...
And it's quite a tall berm too, Lindsay. It's quite high, quite steep.
As much as they're packed it, I don't think it's really strong enough to do like a motocross loop around it. Unless you're just side by side, it might be in the right wheelbase combination. But it's still very soft, I'd say, from the water we've had over the last couple of days.
Robbie Gattaletta with a 27.44 and Damien Nicol with a 28.18. So Cooper Weston. Doesn't seem to be a lot of action in the mirrors of Cooper Weston, so he's only got to worry about what's out in front of him. Cooper Weston on the 28.40. And the car that started behind Cooper Weston was Brett Taylor. We do have a truck out there in the distance. And that does look like a 4-through on Kevin. You can see Gattaletta on the other side of the driveway now. Look at the smoke out the back of the Pro Buggy. There's Nicol. Quite a lot of smoke coming out the back of that Pro Buggy now. Nicol getting chased in the extreme two-wheel drive. You want to try and hold on to the back of the Pro Buggy. And there's Nick Burt down the Navis straight as well. And I reckon that's the sound of Luke Ersick in amongst the many corners out here in front of the tavern. Here we go, Brett Taylor.
It's the Central Desert Transport Jimco trophy truck. Remember when I first saw this at Perilla, I came out and had a test before the thing. The Kittle Motorsport team. Impressive. Looked like I was looking at a spaceship. All the gold lining for insulation, the sheeting. Very impressive piece of machinery.
I do remember the first time that car was out at Perilla that year.
Just had a crowd around it everywhere it went, didn't it?
Brent Tirana went past it early on because it was stopped. The only thing that thing passed all weekend.
Go to Tirana.
There's Nick Bird out in the distance, the 4.32. Luke Ersick was in amongst this group. I think Luke started in front of Nick Bird. So Brett Taylor with a 30.04. So we've now got 6 cars that have completed the first lap. Michael Zacher, fastest from Brenton Forsyth. Robbie Gavaletta, Damien Nicol, Cooper Weston and Brent Taylor. Burt with a 30.25, seventh of the 7 cars to complete this first lap, as Hannah Bentley makes her way in front of us now in 4.18.
Getting more confident every time I see Hannah Bentley in this truck.
Reverse here.
That's the commentator's curse right there, isn't it?
I think it is, but here comes Luke Erstig in 10.50. Falling down the order a little bit, then passed by Nick Burt and Hannah Bentley. David Adams and Samuel Commons, a couple of cars with green on them. David Adams in 10.74. Got the finish this morning, but it wasn't an easy section for him. We hope for a much more comfortable final. He's got 80 Ks left of running here for the Loveday 400 on Saturday in 2025. Samuel Commons in the side-by-side. So Luke Ersig with a 32.18, Samuel Commons a 32.01. David Adams' time as it comes through. David Adams with a 30.50. So Luke Ersig has lost quite a bit of time there on his fellow sports bike competitor.
Yeah, definitely you can see the dust out towards the insane super jump. We've gone from the two extremes, haven't we? From water, getting on your visor, mud getting stuck there and drying quickly, hard to get your vision perfect in those circumstances, hard to get really good perfect vision when you've got a helmet on.
Oh, you know what, how cool is it, Lyndon? We had rain, we had slipping and sliding yesterday, we had cars slipping and sliding this morning, and now this track starting to show some dust. It's the wonderful thing about off-road racing is the constant changing conditions. So this weekend it really shows those changing conditions out there. I'm sure by the end of tomorrow that track's going to get chopped up.
Yeah, I'll get a track report tonight. Big Bad BD and Adams Aerial Services. Both been out and about in the scrub. They were studying all the track and the access to the track there yesterday. So pretty keen to see what they come back with last night. If you notice Big Bad BD's reel, he does the video there, then I do the rest of the rubbish and put it out online. Did not get his drone up yesterday. Bought two of them with him. So let's hope that he's out there today. And don't forget, a lot of these cars are carrying Starlink live capabilities. So lots of opportunity to feel exactly what it's like on the wheel. Unfortunately, a lot of the modern day GoPro cameras that they use have a stability building, so you can't actually see how rough the tracks really are, how they develop. But gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on out there, that's for sure.
Well, they also they don't really do the speed justice either, the cameras nowadays. I think what it looks like on a camera compared to what it actually feels like is very different. It feels a lot faster when you're actually in the car compared to just watching the footage.
Yeah, I think the standard measurement was when, for me, the stroke down. It starts to with aerodynamics come into play. And because I'll tell you, most of these cars do not have speeders. So you've got no idea really how fast you're going. With the introduction of rally safe and all this, you can have a half a sneak, but very few people just want to know exactly how fast they're going. You might slow down, you might scare yourself. But this is the idea, don't go out on the roads. Again, this is very interesting.
It sounds like the 422 at Jason Marks is back in the pits. I'm sure what the problem is there. Well, Jeff Brennan on his way through the field here, makes his way to complete this.
Landscape there, Jeff Brennan, you can see very nicely. Use the dirt to his advantage, just a little bit of a push on the right hand front.